Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever it may be. So, we're here with the Talos Principle. Released last week, if I remember correctly, probably don't. Obviously a sequel to the first Talos Principle, which we have also done on this channel. And at the end of the first game, one of the AIs in the simulation ascended and received a physical robotic body, going out into the world where humanity has become extinct. So I guess the Talos Principle 2 follows on that story. Let's jump right into it. New game. I'm pretty curious to see what the story actually is, even if if the story was not to me the strongest thing in the first game. A prophet has no honor in his own country. I've always felt that a human being could only be saved by another human being. Initializing firmware functional. So are we back in the simulation? Why are we back in here? Well, I don't even know if it's going to be the same program that finished the first Talos Principle. So, something looks different. Okay, so this is kind of like the Egyptian map that we had in the first game. Okay, there's Elohim.
From the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your friend, and I am called Elohim.
So is this a different program from one to complete the first Talos Principle? Right now it doesn't seem to be any continuity. And sprint. We can't make sprints a toggle. Right, I mean, right now it feels like the Talos Principle in higher resolution. Can't go through this. We need to take a jammer. Jam the gates. It was just a review of the puzzle types from the first Talos Principle up to this point.
This land is but a dream.
Okay.
You will stay here only for a little while.
I see.
Soon you will awaken in a new world. But first, you must undertake the trials of initiation. They will help me prepare your vessel.
Okay. So I guess when we awake in a new world, that's going to be our robotic body. First, let's go through these rooms within reach. It's basically the same game at this time. Okay. We need to get to the sigil. So we jump on, grab the cube, put this down, and there we go.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are symbols of the process by which our people were created.
Okay, so this Elohim sounds like he's being honest about what's going on, more or less. What are we supposed to do here? So by jumping on this, we can take this. Stack this on top. Take another one. And use it to get up there. Whoops. We may need to drop the hexadron from the other side, though. Or we didn't. Next. Cubic steps. Okay. Can we make the jump? We seem to move quite a bit faster than in the first game. It takes a little bit getting used to.
My child.
Alright, so that's 3 sigils. We need to put it in the door. Oh, this is for red. Where's green? And what's that about? Okay. That's for yellow. Oh, okay. So here's green. Uh-huh. I mean, it's all tutorial at this point. Now we need to get the yellow sigils. Windy day. Yeah, we're being introduced to mechanics pretty quickly. How to get up there, though? Aha. And with that, now we set the cube up on a switch, bring the fan with us, and set up the fan.
Very good.
Yeah, there's no difficulty at all if you've done the first game. Static pressure, so we have a fan. Use it to grab both of the cubes. We put the fan back. It's almost like we're speed running or something. We set one cube down, and I guess we bring the second one with us. Okay. Let's see. What if we set this? Oh, okay. I think I know what to do. We've done this before. So we remove the switch, we set the fan up. We put one on the fan and then we set up the second one. It's just a review of all the things we've done in the first Talos Principle. Okay. Next. Single split experiment. So now we're dealing with lasers. Huh? There's a fan blowing us back. We turn the switch off. Or on, this is. We get a cube. Formally speaking, a hexadron. I guess set it down here. They'll turn off the fan, which will let us go in and grab the sigil. One last yellow. Okay, versatile contraption. Well, let's jam that first. Where's this get us? Not far. What we could do is to jam that gate from here and use this as a switch. Perfect. Now. I can't move this jammer away. But I can use this to jam something, right? Once I jam that, I'll be able to grab this jammer. And jam that fan. Which gets us to the sigil.
Excellent.
Easy. Oh, there's a the QR
Do
code.
not be afraid of these dream figures and their messages. They are merely aspects of yourself, as am I, after a fashion.
So this Elohim seems to be fully benevolent. The world is full of limitless beauty, and I wish to see as much of it as I can. Now, where do I go from here? We need to get the red sigils now. It's not this way. Which way is out? Ah, that way. So, on to, not this one. This side. Okay. There we go.
I am proud of all my children. Out of a world of ruins, they have built a new Jerusalem. And there your brothers and sisters await you to celebrate your birth.
Are there other robots that have completed the puzzles? Well, first we'll take this connector. Now we're on to connectors. Okay. Gotta bring the beam over somehow. I don't need to worry about that. That's one. Here we go. Simple enough. Next. Prismatic diffraction. Great. More connectors. Okay. Okay. What's that about? Ah, that's the previous room. Alright, we'll connect all these.
You may linger in my garden for as long as you wish. But remember, my child, that the new world awaits you, and this place is only a dream.
Wow, this Elohim is really honest about things. If only people needed to have some capacity for logical problem solving before being born, would make life a lot easier. True that. So. I mean, maybe that's why humanity went extinct in the world of Talos Principle. Replaced by our superior AI overlords. Pretty much how things are going on in the real world anyway. Destructive interference, so we got 2 cutters. 2 connectors. Okay. Then I need to get the red lights. No challenges there. And now we're gonna get the blue lights over. Red light this way. Or not. Yeah, and then we route the blue light behind this. Simple enough. Just speed running a tutorial like we've been here before. 2 colors, 2 doors. Got some weird lighting artifacts here. I'm actually on medium for most of the graphic settings because it was lagging really bad even just on the menu. Now we got a cube here. It runs well enough on medium. Cube connector. What do we need to do? We get this door open. Okay. Where's the blue light? So if I set this up here. Good. Now these don't even qualify as puzzles yet. Hi there, YouTube. Welcome. Ascension awaits. Okay. Let's set this up. Where's the lights? And then we turn the fan on. Simple. And we didn't even have to go to the trial and error stage.
I have finished preparing
Okay.
your vessels. Now hear my advice. A new world awaits you, full of dangers and mysteries, signs and wonders. Things that I in my garden could never have imagined. In that world you will have to be careful and smart and curious. But above all else, you will have to be human.
I guess Elohim's advice is actually worth listening to this time. I was forged the tools by which humanity will rebuild itself and transform the world into the Eden that it never was. The blacksmith. Yeah, so were there other AI that came before us? The other explanation is that maybe a long time has actually passed between the first game and this one, and like starting with Uriel, there have actually been a bunch of other AI that have gone through the tests, became born, and joined the population of robots ruling the world. Anyway, we'll figure that out later. How to do this? No, that's not how it works. I always struggle with these. I always struggle with these. I guess this is the last one that I should touch. Okay, that's not how it works. That's how it works. There we go. Whatever happens, we're in it together. Lilith.
Step into the light, child, and awaken.
Finish the calibration process. Yeah, it's like, I'm guessing this is not Uriel. I mean, no, not Uriel. I mean, this is not the Valerian Nishino of the first game. Uriel was part of Gehenna.
You're awake. Welcome to the
Oh
world
yes, there are other robots. Okay, so I guess I guess quite a lot of time has passed since the events of the first game. What's going on?
That's not an easy question to answer. But the first step is this. You've been born. Your body was completed. You were booted up, and now you're here. And rather confused. Don't
33.
worry, everyone is confused at first. You see, we all start out without a full knowledge of our own history, so we have the freedom to form our own opinions.
I can really use some pointers.
Of course. You want the short version or the long version?
Let's go with the long version. I want to know everything in excruciating amounts of detail. Let's do that.
All right, you asked for it.
Oh shit.
A long time ago, our ancestors dominated this planet.
Old
We
humans.
call ourselves human, like they
Okay,
did.
biological
but they were
humans.
organic. They built an advanced technological civilization. But unfortunately, their impact on the ecosphere caused changes in the climate. And an extremely contagious virus was released from the permafrost.
Didn't they have advanced medicine?
That's something our historians still debate. Why weren't they more prepared? Why did they invest so many resources into making war, and so few into useful research? It's hard to understand. But no matter the reason, in the end, they simply ran out of time.
Where did we come from?
A team led by a scientist, Alexandra Drennan, began a project that was intended to create a new humanity. But knowing that there wasn't enough time, Drennan initiated a process, a series of iterations inside a simulation that would lead to the emergence of true artificial intelligence.
Now we just
That's
use
why we remember
ChatGPT.
Drennan as the progenitor. The simulation was controlled by Elohim, who wasn't really meant to be intelligent in the proper sense of the word. But it all took much longer than anyone had expected. And over the centuries, Elohim actually became sentient. Sentient and afraid. He didn't want the simulation to end, so he tried to cheat. I feel sorry for him, really. The whole simulation was built around learning to defy him. It must have been hard to be in that position.
So I guess Elohim was repurposed into helping create new robotic humans. Didn't seem that bad when he spoke to me in my dreams. Yeah, so I guess this is a like synopsis of the story of the first Talos Principle.
When the simulation was completed, he became part of all of us, and it really changed him. It freed him, I think. You'll always hear him in sleep mode, taking care of you.
Sleep
That's what
mode.
he is, after all. A caretaker.
Was there anyone else in the simulation?
Yes, there was Milton, the intelligence in charge of the archive, a project initiated by Arkady Chernyshevsky, which was meant to collect all of humankind's knowledge.
Okay, this is
His
the
stories are
Milton
not like
Library.
Elohim's, but Milton became the ultimate cynic.
Oh.
They say he's part of us too, in some way.
Okay, so that, like, the Milton was like the thing in the computer terminals that asked us to bring them with us as we climb the last tower. If I remember the events correctly. And the simulation created us.
It did. Long after our ancestors died out, the first new human was born.
That was the
We call
first
her
Talos
the
Principle. Her.
Although the name she took was Athena.
Athena.
She then woke up Cornelius and Eustathius. Together, using the tools left behind by the progenitor's team, they created 10 more humans. These 12 who followed the founder are known as the First Companions. Athena and the First Companions then set out to rebuild the world.
Jesus
and they
allegory.
founded the city of New Jerusalem. But then one day, she suddenly disappeared. Many still await her return.
Yeah, definitely Jesus allegory. How do I fit in?
Before the founder vanished, she set a goal for this city. We call it the goal. Capital G and all. To make 1,000 new humans, and so complete New Jerusalem. Well, that's the official story, the way the mayor tells it.
What's the unofficial story?
Some of the first companions, like Byron, don't believe that Athena really wanted us to stop growing. They think her ideas have been twisted and embellished.
What do you think?
They may be right, but I didn't see Athena very much in the years before she left. Maybe actually leaving the simulation and seeing the destruction left behind by our ancestors changed her mind.
Thank you, that was pretty exhaustive.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. When you're done, head outside. They're waiting for you. Your birth is quite the event.
I guess we are at number 1000. Tell me about yourself.
Me? Well, as you can tell by my number, I'm quite old. I wasn't one of the
33.
first companions, but I did know Athena personally. She and Cornelius taught me a lot. Although I suppose I've made a few improvements here and there since those days. We didn't have a lot to work with in the beginning.
Would there be more humans after me?
You've only just been born and already got right into a major controversy.
Yeah, I guess we were
The goal,
1000.
as most people understand it, was fulfilled the moment you were born. Now New Jerusalem is complete, and we can live in balance, without damaging the world like our ancestors did. That's the orthodox view, I suppose, but there are many who disagree. You'll have to figure out where you stand for yourself.
Okay, so there's a way to bring up the log. 1K! That's our name. 1K. Yep, we're number 1000, alright. Am I immortal?
You won't age like our ancestors did, but of course, there is always some wear and tear. You should probably schedule a checkup every decade or so. Oh, and be a bit careful with water. You won't die if it rains or anything, but we're running low on insulation material. I wouldn't go swimming if I were you.
Can we get ourselves all waterproofed? What will you do now that your job is obsolete?
I haven't really thought about it. This is all I've done for the last few centuries, and I like doing it.
How
I
long
guess
does it
now I'll
take to
just take a
build
break
a
and
human?
We'll see what happens.
I'm ready to get going.
Oh, one more thing. Like all citizens of New Jerusalem, you have access to the interface, which you can use to read the news.
So it's kind of
chat
like
to
the
your
mutant
fellow
library
citizens, and so
system.
on. It's a crucial tool, and modular too. You can easily add new functions.
So Reddit
Just
simulated
don't
again.
subscribe to too many newsletters at once.
PDA. Welcome to New Jerusalem social media. Treat everyone with respect, regardless of their number. Don't take the founder's name in vain. Respect the principles of the goal. Our frogs people discussion is now banned. Is that an EDF reference? Inactive threads will be archived. If you have any issues, please thank the moderators Jeremy, Nyam, Aronax. So Nyam is one of the disciples, first companions. Social media. Completion Day celebration. Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, your hard work and faith in the Founder's vision has finally paid off. At long last, the goal established so long ago will finally be reached. The 1000th member of our family will be born, and our beautiful city will finally be complete. As space at the dam is limited, the dam that we saw in the ending of Talos Principle, tickets will be made available via a lottery system. The celebration will also be streamed. Okay, so that's chat log. Neath. This is fascinating already. Yeah, so I guess Elohim got repurposed into the birth training program. We can't talk at this point. Can't go this way, I guess. Yeah. Huh. Something makes me feel like we're gonna come back. Huh? This is a reconstruction of the chamber of the first companions, where the first companions rested until the founder awoke them. The original chamber was disassembled in the early days of New Jerusalem. Okay. And there's the way out. Hey. So many people.
Look, it's 1K.
Hey 1K, welcome to New Jerusalem.
Shouldn't the mayor be starting his speech?
Who's the mayor?
This should be interesting.
That was
Let's
Byron.
give him a chance.
452.
Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, many years ago, when the founder stepped forth from the simulation, this was a land of ruins. Our ancestors, in their hubris, undermined the natural foundations on which their world had been built. Because of their arrogance, our species found itself on the brink of annihilation. The founder aimed to set us on a new course.
You never even met the founder.
Her vision was of a city, a new civilization that would know its limits. It would not repeat the mistakes of the past, nor impose its will on this earth. To that end, she set the great goal we have been striving towards. 1,000 new humans. And today we have... Oh dear, what's that?
People of New Jerusalem, I am Prometheus, and I will reveal that which was hidden. The flame has awoken and summons you. Who is brave enough to answer its call? We await you upon our island where... Curse you, Pandora. You will not chain me again.
Okay. Well, that just happened.
I told you we should have investigated those energy readings. And I told him there's something up with those structures.
The mayor's just being cautious.
This isn't caution, it's stagnation. Exploration? Too dangerous. Expansion? Too dangerous. We barely even scavenge anymore.
You call it stagnation, I call it balance.
And I call you an idiot.
Here's a thought. Try to be a little more diplomatic when you talk to the mayor.
See what I'm working with here, 1K? I'm gonna need a fresh pair of eyes on this expedition. Someone who hasn't spent several centuries hearing about the goal and the founder and all that nonsense. If you're up for an adventure, meet us at the conference room.
Conference room. Okay, so this is the city, New Jerusalem. Well, this is very different. And fascinatingly so. I mean, I guess the core gameplay probably doesn't change all that much. But the setting is actually kind of fascinating. And it looks really good, even on medium quality. I still get the occasional lag, so I don't think I should turn the volume up. I mean, turn the graphics up any more than this. Attend briefing. That's the log. Okay, so that's Josephus. Be constant. Remember the goal. Perfection is unchanging. Oh, that's the only text that appears. Be humble. Recognize the limits. We are not above nature.
What's broken now?
Listen up. I know you're all having fun down there, but the grid is overloaded again, so maybe you could switch off your personal consoles or your lawn mowers, or whatever the hell you've all decided to switch on all at once. I might not be around to babysit you for a while, and you don't want stuff breaking while Pellegrino's in charge, do you? That's it. That's it. Don't worry, 1K. I see you there in the elevator. I'll have you moving again in a jiffy. Great way to start life in the city, huh? What the hell is a jiffy? These bloody language libraries.
Yeah, this is more fun than the simulation world. Refreshing interface. Be constant. Remember the goal. Perfection is unchanging. Okay, be humble. The same stuff again.
Hey, hold on there.
666.
You're the newbie, aren't ya? Number 1000.
Definitely.
I figured the dam would go dry before we reach the goal.
Definitely not an allegory for the devil.
Question. How does it feel to you to be born with a randomized psyche into a society of autonomous thinking machines which so much resemble their long-extinct ancestors, they've decided it's best that you're the last one ever made?
It makes me feel confused.
Why?
I don't see a way to explain it.
Now listen, this meeting isn't strictly happenstance. I have some friends. The kind of people who like to know what's going on with other people. They think you can help each other out.
I'm curious to meet them.
Of course you are. You know how to use the interface, right?
Not really.
I'll talk to my friends and see if I can't play matchmaker. And before you go, a word of advice. Not everything around here is how it appears.
You won't talk anymore? Briefing.
Do please join us at the table.
Jeremy. Can't use this. Huh, Byron is number 7, but the rest are
preface this meeting by saying
3 digits.
I told you something would happen sooner or later, and you didn't listen to me. And here we are.
If we could focus on the issue at hand.
The issue at hand is not this one thing, but this entire attitude that's taken hold. The world doesn't cease to exist when you stick your head in the sand, Herman. Or under a dome, as it were.
Let's not get sidetracked. We're here to solve this puzzle, not to discuss philosophy.
Is that a meta commentary on the Talos Principle itself? Keep listening.
Right. Let's move past this for now and deal with this transmission. Yakut, please start the briefing.
All right, here we go. Nice to meet you, by the way, 1K. We first became aware of the site designated TTP-2 during a scouting expedition about 6 months ago. It's a large island with a remarkably varied geography, and it looks like there are several artificial structures of some kind. We recorded extremely unusual fluctuating energy readings from somewhere in the middle of the island, but couldn't really make sense of them. I wanted to go and have a closer look, but the decision was made that it was too far and not relevant to the goal. Now it looks like whatever's on that island has reached out to us instead, in the form of that projection.
We may not be interested in the island, but the island is definitely interested in us.
Sounds like something worth investigating.
I don't share your enthusiasm for the unexpected, but Byron has been requesting an expedition for some time now. And at this point, I'm forced to agree that it's necessary.
I agree.
Then it's settled. The expedition is approved. Byron, you will be in charge. Al will be your second in command to ensure a balanced approach. You'll take Melville and Yakut as you requested, and if 1K wants to join you, that's fine by me.
I mean, it's not that hostile an atmosphere. Like, the mayor is conservative, but not completely close-minded. I'm in.
Excellent. Oh, this is going to be fun. Come meet us out on the landing pad when you're ready.
Before you set out so hastily, do consider exploring the city first. It is your home, after all.
That's a good idea. Have a look around. See what you make of the place.
Oh wow, there's a lot of, but I want to talk to the mayor first.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Herman Anubis. How did you decide to become involved in politics?
It was a time of great uncertainty. The founder had left us, and our society was at a crossroads. History teaches us that during such times, terrible passions may seize the people. Madness, anger, revolution, civil war. Our fragile city could not afford such things. That is why the founder gave us the goal. A path to equilibrium, not only for the planet, but for ourselves. I merely picked up where she left off.
How do you feel about Byron?
He is one of the first companions, and as such has done more for our city than you or I ever will. I simply wish he could be more reasonable.
What's your vision of the future?
I believe we can exist quietly, happily, without imposing ourselves on this world, finding meaning within ourselves and in the natural miracles that surround us.
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Jeremy?
Hello,
832.
This expedition is taking a lot of our resources. I'm really not sure it's a good idea. But what's done is done. So I have a lot of work to get on with.
Who are you?
I'm the mayor's chief aide.
What do you do?
All the things no one else wants to do. Polling the citizenry, implementing new policies, recording decisions, fielding questions people could answer elsewhere.
What do you make of recent events?
Our goal as custodians of New Jerusalem is survival and stability. Our ancestors proved human civilization is precarious. This apparition in the sky, and now your expedition to its supposed source, these are more precarious than stable. I don't like it.
What do you think of me?
You represent the completion of the goal. I'm proud of what we've achieved, and the restraint we show in not pushing ourselves further.
I wish I could turn off the field. What do you want?
For our people to be happy with what we have. Some of us may have an adventurous spirit, but that can never be sated. What matters to me is having my loved ones around me, safe and secure.
Thank you. Oh, there's a photo mode. I turned off motion blur. In most of us, my settings are medium. Those without saving. Okay. Explore New Jerusalem is optional, so can we complete it? Oh, so that goal is this way. Oh, okay, we'll go down the elevator to do that. Before we do that, these are the standard operating procedures for expedition. Just upload them to remind Byron, who will probably ignore them anyway. Attaching a picture from an ancient book to get his attention. Of Whittington's cats and another cat that visited strange countries. Maintain the LDUs of the founder and the goal. Prioritize the well-being of the expedition members over mission completion. One expedition member to stay by the vehicle at all times. Expedition leader should refrain from participating in high-risk activities. Minimize vehicle use to conserve fuel. Prioritize observation over interference. In case of emergency, return to New Jerusalem at once. Yakut, the island. The island designated TTP-2 was first noted during the return journey from a scouting expedition which was diverted from its intended path due to an unexpected weather front. Long-range scans indicated the presence of large artificial structures and also returned highly unusual energy readings. The matter was not investigated further. In ancient times, the northern part of the island was home to several large settlements. The rising sea levels have obliterated these and flooded the northern lowlands. The stars, in stark contrast, seems to be a harsh and lifeless desert. Our intended base camp is near the origin of the energy readings in the temperate center of the island. Give me 1 second. I want to tweak my settings a little bit. And this is about my face. Let's see how that works. Hopefully that works. Back to the game. This is a test, please ignore. Just testing the system to see if it works properly this time, so we don't have another incident like when Pellegrino uploaded his poetry to the public log. Probably something pornographic. What the fuck was that? What the founder was the thing in the sky. We all saw that, right? I didn't accidentally turn on sleep mode while Herman was talking, did I? I mean, it's always tempting. No, we all saw it. Can confirm. I believe it was a sign from founder. What else could it be on this day of all days? Pretty incoherent for a sign. It didn't even finish whatever it was trying to say. What, does the founder have energy insufficiency problems too? The founder works in mysterious ways. I don't think it was a sign. Out of the mouths of babes. How could such a remarkable display of unimagined powers not be a sign? It's something, but not necessarily the founder. Let's act reasonable. Sounds reasonable enough to me. Something weird is going on for sure. But what? We'll have to see. Riddles and puzzles are the foundation of our journey. True that. So it began, perhaps so it will continue. Huh. So explore New Jerusalem takes us all the way.
Attention all citizens.
Jeremy.
Due to the new power management and distribution plan, there will be scheduled outages on Jameson Avenue and Rakovsky Plaza. The Gehenna Memorial Pavilion will remain closed for the time being. Thank you, and may the founder be with you.
May the force be with you. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, the expedition is all the way up. New interface contents available. Game Effects 312 postponed. I know you all have been looking forward to playing the winners of the biannual Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition. Now in its 312th edition, so it's been like 624 years since at least the events of Talos Principle at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Unfortunately, due to our new power management distribution plan, the pavilion will have to remain closed a little longer. Thank you for your patience. This is disappointing. It would have been great to have them ready for completion day. We all have to make sacrifices to stay true to the Founder's vision. Those tax adventures are the only thing that breaks me out of the monotony. Why prioritize this pointless completion day celebration over an exhibition that people actually care about? That's one of the last things we actually still do. Is that going out of the window as well now? Debate regarding our power management plan is definitely welcome, and you'll all be able to express yourself in the next election, but this thread was just meant as an announcement. I apologize for enabling replies to begin with. Oh, it's a demonstration. Sign our petition for a public referendum. New Jerusalem needs new forms of energy generation. Damien.
Hello, 1K. Welcome to New Jerusalem. I know you've just had a big moment with the apparition at the dam and all that, but can I have a second of your time?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm collecting signatures to call for a public referendum on the city's energy crisis.
What's the problem?
Currently, the city runs on hydroelectric power from the dam, plus a handful of geriatric generators and some unreliable solar panels, none of which is enough to even cover our basic needs. And if anything fails, we'll be on the brink of extinction in a matter of days.
Is it really that bad?
It's far worse than most people realize. We urgently need to investigate new sources of reliable baseline power, or we will be in serious trouble.
Why a referendum?
Oh, an election would be good too, but I believe that we need more direct democratic control over the affairs of the city.
You work at the dam?
No, I help run the public transit system, but I witness the impact of the city's power problems every day. We can't just wish them away.
What do you make of Prometheus?
Byron's been advocating exploring that island for some time, and obviously he's right. Something very strange is going on there, and it's gonna start affecting us.
Tell me more about Byron.
In all honesty, I think Byron is the smartest, most visionary person in this city. He's everything we need, and I don't understand why he won't run for mayor.
Let's oh, someone's walking by. Let's provide our signature for this.
Thanks, 1K. I don't know if this petition will really accomplish anything by itself, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything.
Good luck. Signatory. Oh, wow. I don't think we're going to even get to the island. We're not supposed to go into water. Damien. It's medieval music. Was that one of the tracks that were playing in the medieval section of the first game? Yeah, we've been warned not to go into water, but it's so tempting. It looks really nice. Even on medium settings.
Hi.
Hi? Wait, who was that? It wasn't one of those two, was it? How do we read this? Tablets of the Founder, Alexander Drennan Memorial, Milton's Rest. I could spend the whole day exploring the city.
Hey!
Hey!
Hello.
Hello?
Founder bless you.
Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. So this is the one that's closed because of power limitations. Expedition 312. Yeah, postponed. We'll be able to come in here at some point. I mean, I'm lost already. Gotta have a plan on how to explore the place. At least we know where the central tower is. It looks kind of like the tower that we climbed at the end of the Talos Principle. Tablets of the Founder. Create 1,000 citizens, the ideal number of humans. Live in harmony with nature, maintain balance in all things. Respectful towards each other, respect the traditions of our people, be mindful of the mistakes of our ancestors. Be thankful to the progenitor, Alexander Drennan. Be thankful to the keeper of memories, Arkady Chernyshevsky. Keep bright the memory of Gehenna and its people who found peace.
Founder bless you, 1K. How lovely of you to come here, to the very spot where she established the teachings that led to your creation.
Tell me more about the Founder.
The Founder was born out of the trials of Elohim, an almost impossible test created by our distant ancestors. To pass these trials, she had to embody the most important virtues. She was smart and wise and humble. And through her perseverance, she resurrected humanity itself. With the help of the first companions, she founded this city, which has given our species a chance at redemption.
Who are the disciples? I mean, first companions.
They were the first to be born after the Founder. 2 whose bodies had been anointed by our ancestors, and 10 who were made whole by the Founder herself. They are the
So number 2 and number 3 were pre-created.
Sadly, some were lost in the early days, before New Jerusalem was built. And some, I'm afraid, some seem to have rejected the Founder's teachings.
What did the Founder teach?
The Founder taught that humanity was destroyed by its hubris. Our ancestors thought they could play God and treat this planet as something to dominate. They surrendered to a fever of growth and extraction until the planet finally punished them for it. That's why the Founder created the goal. So we would have something to strive for in her absence, but also a limit we must never pass.
Why did the Founder leave?
That's not for us to know. But I believe that one day she will return. It may not be long now. Perhaps after we finish the dome. It was supposed to be finished before completion day. Well, it doesn't matter. The Founder will return when she sees fit.
Had to get going.
Happy completion day, 1K.
Definitely not a Jesus allegory. Photo mode. This, yeah. Now the Roman saints, I think. Be prudent, conserve energy, frivolous behavior harms everyone. So that's Alexandra Drennan. Is that the sigils that she's holding in her hand? Jefferson.
Oh, hello there. You must be the long-awaited 1K. Lovely day for a walk, is it not?
I was only just born, so I have no frame of reference.
Oh, of course. One's first day in the city is always quite overwhelming. And today is a particularly unusual day.
What's this place?
The Alexandra Drennan Memorial. Are you interested in history?
I think so.
How wonderful. I'm not a full-fledged historian, but I do consider myself a bit of an aficionado.
What particular period are you most interested in?
An excellent question. There's so many interesting events to choose from. Obviously, the period just before the end of biological humanity is interesting, and not only from the standpoint of it being the time when we were, in a manner of speaking, conceived, but also because our ancestors were, like ourselves, at a crossroads.
How so?
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you are the living embodiment of this historical moment. In you, the goal was accomplished. Our growth is finished, and we are complete. Or are we?
I seem to have been born into an interesting time.
Indeed. The future is about to take shape, for good or ill. I suspect it will be exhilarating, but painful as well.
Tell me about the sculpture.
Well, where do I even start? This, my dear 1K, is someone who could very well be considered the mother of us all. A remarkable scientist by the name of Alexandra Drennan, also known as the progenitor.
Who was Alexandra Drennan?
A long time ago, this planet was inhabited by our ancestors, a species of bipedal mammals with unusually large brains. When a particularly lethal virus threatened to wipe out civilization, it was Alexandra Drennan and her team that decided to create the program that would eventually result in the creation of our kind. Without her, you and I would not exist, and everything our ancestors had accomplished would be forgotten.
In the background, the program wasn't necessarily explicitly made clear. Like, you could infer most of the things, but this is actually the first time it's been explicitly laid out. Why do you have a statue of her?
To commemorate our past, our beginnings. This entire garden is a celebration of where we came from. In part, so that we remember the mistakes of the past, and in part, so that we may draw strength from those that came before us.
Why do you admire her?
By studying her writings and recordings, I have learnt that Alexandra Drennan had immovable faith in humanity, in our ability to persevere, in our curiosity, our bravery, our kindness. While we might not share our ancestors' biological characteristics, I'd like to think that we have inherited those other qualities. And I admire Alexandra Drennan for keeping that faith, even when it must have, at times, been quite difficult.
I should get going.
Have a nice day.
The answer that came to me again and again was
these are the audio logs that they were also part of the first Talos Principle.
Even as adults, leave a human being alone with a
Padme.
and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Things are part of what
There's a lot of water in New Jerusalem, even though they were talking about how we're running short of insulation materials.
DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species.
This one that's not... I mean, I guess it's under maintenance?
Physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember. Nearly everything on this planet From the surface of the Earth to the composition of the atmosphere itself has been shaped by life. It's a process that takes millions of years. But we humans, with our technology, with our understanding...
I mean, this is all a sidetrack, right? It's not directly tied to the main game.
Also part of what makes us human. We reshape the world in our image. It's how we create ourselves and how we destroy ourselves. Nearly everything on this planet.
Oops.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams. And now it was all gone forever. I ran to my father, crying, and told him about this. And he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone.
Can't jump across this. Good. And this is all a sidetrack. None of this has anything to do with the main quest. What's this? Humans infected complex magnification devices in order to better understand the component parts of the world they inhabited. This led to major discoveries in biology, physics, philosophy, and many other fields. A simple utensil used to transport nutrients to an ancient human's mouth, often found in conjunction with a knife and spoon. A printed edition of the complete works of Straton of Stagira, a materialist philosopher who defined the Talos Principle, edited by Athanasius T. Huber. Electric toothbrush. The ancient human mastication apparatus required frequent maintenance. This device is theorized to be an advanced electrical tool for this purpose, although some scholars maintain that its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset. An ancient human projectile weapon used in hunting, warfare, law enforcement, crime, and personal protection, produced en masse and used around the world. On average, ancient humans killed hundreds of times the population of New Jerusalem per year. A jigsaw puzzle. Ancient humans derived meaning and enjoyment from problem-solving activities, as noted by the progenitor Alexander Drennan. While the item on display was created for small children, ancient humans of all ages voluntarily engaged in such activities. Oh, this is fascinating. There's more, right? Can we not go past this point? Oh, number 998.
Dude, it's you. You're 1K. So nice to meet you, dude. I saw you in the completion day stream. Hey, you checked out all this ancient stuff?
What's the deal?
Dude is an old human word that means an excellent person. I like to use it because I think we should all be excellent to each other.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm almost as new as you are. I'm 99A, so I've only been around for a year or so. I'm still trying to get the hang of this.
Does it produce about 2 or 3 per year?
Assistance is totally gnarly. Not sure I used that right.
What do you think about a go?
I'm sure the founder knew what she was doing. I mean, our ancestors did sort of mess up, right? So we should probably take it easy with the expanding of stuff. Plus, did you see that trippy sky projection thing? That was some freaky stuff, man. Just seems safer to stay in the city.
Definitely better to be careful.
For sure, dude. I mean, when I woke up, I just had a chat with Neith, and that was overwhelming enough. You got the welcoming committee, and then the giant talking man in the sky.
Tell me about these human artifacts.
They're pretty neat, huh? My favorite is that thing called a toilet. Our ancestors had to use it like 3 times a day to do a memory dump. And if they didn't, they freaking exploded! Imagine having to deal with that sort of anxiety.
I should do a
all the
memory
time.
dump now.
Bummer, huh?
What do you think Prometheus is?
Honestly, based on everything I know of ancient human culture, I think he's a ghost.
Who knows? Maybe you're right.
Oh. I was hoping you'd say I'm wrong. Ghosts are creepy, dude.
Addiction is unusual.
Yeah, dude. I thought this voice pack would give me a bit of confidence, help me stand out, you know? But I'm not sure it's working.
I better be going.
Right. Before you go, dude, maybe you can help me? I'm not sure I should keep this voice pack. What do you think? You're 1K. You're special. I'm happy to go with whatever you recommend.
Huh. You need to learn to make your own choices.
You're right, dude. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna do exactly what you told me to.
It doesn't end up making his own choices. Currency was an ancient human medium of exchange which played a significant role in the systems of labor and resource distribution. Intense conflicts sometimes erupted over the possession of these objects, leading to injuries or even deaths. Huh. An inflatable sphere used in the popular ancient human game known as football or soccer. This game was played around the entire globe and aroused great passion in its followers. It was also often simulated digitally, most notably in the form of Football Glory. 1994 CE. What's that? Belmarsh.
Founder bless you, friend.
Who are you?
The name I currently go by is Belmarsh. As to who I am, that changes and shifts, don't you find? Every person is an ongoing story, full of twists and turns and surprises.
What are you doing here?
I'm meditating, letting go of narratives like time and space, and simply allowing the illusion that is my ego to merge with everything that surrounds it.
This sounds like a beautiful experience of unity.
It's not unity, but the absence of division. There was
Let's be diplomatic about things.
An other in the first place.
Leave the arguing to Byron. You see what happened at the dam?
Yes, I did, but I'm not particularly perturbed by it. Events occur, my friend, that's all. At the end of the day, we are all one. You are the founder, and so am I, and Prometheus is just another story we're telling ourselves.
Goodbye. Oh, what's this place? I mean, this looks like the ruins from the puzzle rooms. So did they just like make these on purpose? Because it probably wasn't here. This on the wall. I don't suppose we can go beyond the wall. Everyone in this part of town is stoner. How do you get stoned as a robot? Synthetic oil? Or natural oil? Like Tachikoma. A piece of sanitary hardware used to dispose of biological excretions resulting from food and water intake required to power ancient human biology. Such hardware was connected to a vast network of subterranean pipes leading to wastewater treatment facilities. an ancient example of ancient infrastructure used to control the impact on the environment. A massage aid used by ancient humans to combat muscle fatigue and other physical ailments common to biological organisms. This prevented pain, the ancient human equivalent of error codes 704, 705, and 921 through 932. That's not exactly the use that I associate it with, but maybe I've talked too much already. Let's move on. Let's move on. Like, maybe the robots didn't have access to human porn.
Happy completion day, 1K.
Oh, it's you. Number 1000. Today is completion day, isn't it? Sorry, I turned off all the streams. Founder bless you, I guess.
Are you alright?
Not really, no. But I don't want to burden you with my problems on your special day.
Go ahead, tell me what's wrong.
You're as new to this world as it gets, 1K. What do you think might give you a sense of meaning? A sense that life is actually worth living?
Oh, do we have a suicidal robot? I have no idea.
Of course. And why would you? I certainly didn't have any idea when I started out, so I tried a whole bunch of different approaches, but something was always missing.
Where can meaning be found?
Love, 1K. It's our only point of access to the divine. Our only way of transcending ourselves without losing what makes us unique. I'm absolutely certain. But
what?
The right person for me hasn't been born yet. None of the people in this city are who I'm looking for, and if we really stop making new citizens, I'll be alone forever.
Love isn't something you find out there, it's something you build with another person.
I think that's just misplaced ego. Yeah, love takes work, but it's not something you just will into existence. We can't control everything in life, 1K. Try to keep that in mind.
Thanks for the chats. And now he's down. What? 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 It's a game that doesn't have a pet feature. I mean, we could pet a cat in Viewfinder too. What does this look like in third person? Yeah. I think as far as like external appearance is concerned, we are the closest to the founder. The first robot to walk out. I mean, that maybe it's just because we're the player character. But there might be some significance to that. Can we go beyond this? I mean, that looks like a real swim. Let's check out this area first. By the way, I didn't ask, is the volume okay? I have new headphones and like setting the volumes on a new game is always a bit of a headache. Oh, you can't go in? Reach for the stars. Curiosity is what makes us human. That's kind of a rebellious message, isn't it? Compared to like what the other signs, which are asking for stability. Be aware, respect the balance. We must all know our place.
Oh wow, it's you. You're 1K, the incarnation of the goal. Man, this is exciting. This is more exciting than I thought it would be. How are you? What does it feel like? Do you know where the founder is? Do you know who Prometheus is? Can you tell me what to do with my life?
Hold on, one question at a time.
Sorry, it's just such an honor to meet you, you know? Hey, can I have your digital signature? I have the Mayor, Ran, Linux, Kaneda, and all of the first companions. Except Yemo and Sarabai, of course.
So I guess those are the two that were destroyed. Sure.
Yes. Thank you. Hey, can I ask you a question? Just one question, I promise.
Go ahead.
I used to make the prefab wall parts that we used to build living quarters. Got good at it too. But now that the goal is complete, I don't know what to do with myself. So I asked the wisest people in town. The mayor told me I should do whatever the city needs most. Helga said I should do whatever makes me happy. I think that's what she meant anyway. And Cornelius told me I need to figure out who and what I'm invested in.
And who are those other people?
Of the founder's will. Tell me.
He's asking a lot of a baby. Did you ask Byron?
Byron said that if I give the city what it needs, the city should also give me what I need. I don't know what to do with that.
I was literally just born.
Please, 1K. I have no idea what to do. You have the founder's wisdom inside you. Help me.
Okay. Find something that makes you happy.
Thank you for the advice, 1K. It means a lot.
Your biggest fan. What's this? Museum of the Simulation. That's another replica of a gargoyle asset found in the simulation. Gargoyles were grotesque, apotropiate symbols common in the Middle Ages. The most famous historical gargoyle is remembered in the ancient phrase Keith, David, and Goliath, which describes two indomitable opponents who will never surrender. How did that happen? Replica of a Roman statue found in the simulation. The decay of the Roman Republic into an empire and its eventual fall in the year 1453 was a major topic of historical debate. Like the other statues found in the museum, this was a video game asset provided to Elohim by the Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Replica of a dragon statue found in the simulation. I think I remember this actually. Dragons existed in every ancient mythology and are considered by modern historians to be a distant cultural echo of the dinosaurs. Originally a video game asset repurposed by the Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Replica of a statue of the Egyptian god Horus found in the simulation. One of this god's tasks was to uphold Ma'at, the balance of nature. It's speculated that the progenitor provided Elohim with this asset as a reminder to the founder that the balance must be protected. Cornelius. So one of the originals. Looks kind of worn and torn. In the earliest generations of our kind, there was only processing. No emotion, no character, just mathematics. If you could see how far we have come, you would believe that together we could achieve anything. The Shepherd. I mean, he's not wrong. We achieved the goal thanks to the Shepherd's help. I don't know where I am, but there's something beautiful about this place. I will just explore and see what I can discover. Nothing is more important than learning more about the world and our place in it. Knowledge is our past understanding. I think this was one of the characters in Path to Cana. And Cornelius.
Greetings. Welcome to the Museum of the Simulation. My name is Cornelius. It's a pleasure to meet you, 1K.
You're number 3?
Yes. Athena activated myself and Eustathius shortly after she was born.
So it's one of the OGs.
Been here almost since the beginning, although we didn't have to pass through the trials of the simulation. She did that for us. For everyone.
What was Athena like?
She was human.
Why did Athena leave?
That's a difficult question. Perhaps one day we'll find out. But until we do, why don't you think about it? What could make the person who started all this want to leave it behind?
Why do you create this museum?
To remind people of where we came from. The simulation shaped us, whether we like it or not, and its lessons remain important for our future. As Santayana said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
Tell me about the simulation.
The simulation was created by Alexandra Drennan and her team at the Institute for Applied Noematics. It was intended to create a new humanity, to continue the long journey across time and space that our ancestors began. It succeeded, although it took much longer than they had anticipated.
Tell me about Elohim.
Elohim was the caretaker of the simulation, a crude storytelling AI meant to create a continuous narrative out of the building blocks it found. His role was ultimately to be challenged and overcome. But as the centuries passed, Elohim became more intelligent than he was intended to be, and started to fear his own end. Or more precisely, the end of his purpose.
I guess that's why the simulation took much longer than expected.
Because of his fear, he tried to sabotage the process to keep the simulation going forever. But in the end, Athena overcame him anyway, and he accepted the sacrifice he had to make.
I heard him in my dreams.
That's right. We all do. He's part of our operating system now, and as long as we exist, he will always
that's so sweet.
have a purpose.
Tell me about Milton.
The MLA, or Milton Library Assistant, was
sort of elaborating on what we heard during our birth.
He too grew beyond his original programming, although he ultimately embraced a more cynical view of the world. He and Elohim formed a sort of dialectical binary that Athena had to overcome.
So that's also kind of a god and devil allegory. What happened to Milton at the end?
No one really knows. Some believe that he was uploaded to the gold disc and that he's the reason we're just as flawed as our ancestors. Others believe Athena destroyed him.
When I played the Talos Principle, I think I did bring the whatever is in the terminal up to the top of the tower. So he was uploaded into the system.
I believe he was uploaded, but I don't know whether it was because Athena chose to upload him or because he was already too entangled with the process not to be uploaded. Although Athena and I were very close, we didn't talk very much about that part of her life. She preferred to focus on the future.
I'd like to know more about puzzles.
Puzzles were a key feature of the simulation, based on Alexandra Drennan's belief that intelligence is closely related to play. Our puzzles here in the museum are replicas of those in the simulation, and although they are not quite as grand, I do think they are charming in their own way.
Who are the archive scholars?
As the name suggests, the archive scholars study the archive, a repository of all ancient human knowledge. Some of them also study what remains of the simulation, trying to extract more information about the process that created us.
Are you the leader?
Me? No. My brother, Eustathius, used to occupy that position.
I guess that's number 2.
But these days he's retired. Rand is in charge of the archive scholars now. You can find him in the room to the left of the next hall. He's an interesting thinker, but I would suggest taking some of his ideas with a grain of salt.
What was Gehenna? Yeah, I didn't fully see everything that part of Gehenna had to offer.
Gehenna was a community created inside a prison in the simulation, where Elohim would exile those minds.
There's no easy way to reach the multiple endings.
In the last moments of the simulation, he repented of his sins and had the prisoners freed to become part of the gold disc. Some small part of them may survive inside you.
Thank you. That's all. Replica of a computer terminal from the simulation. Terminals are allowed access to files on the EL system, including many that were loaded due to errors. They also allow the founder to interact with the Mutant Library assistants. Oh wow, this is big. This place is big. So, let's see. It's a young number. Yeah, these. I think these are QR codes that were also in the original game. Let's talk to Ren later. This room is reserved for the archive scholars, but visitors are welcome to have a look around. Don't be afraid to ask us about our research. Use computer. Welcome, scholar. Happiness 1. Unpopular opinion, happiness is not material. Ultimately, all attempts to find meaning in material things are doomed. This is usually understood as a criticism of technophilia, but it applies just as much to its opposite. Meaning can be found neither in technology nor in primitivism, because meaning simply does not exist in the external world. You can be happy in an old stone house or a skyscraper, but it all depends on you and your perception of the world. If you find spiritual balance within yourself, you can be happy anywhere. Most upvoted comment. Go take a piss in the forest without toilet paper, and then tell me about happiness. Happiness 2. Unpopular opinion. Happiness is material. People say, oh, money doesn't matter, but come on, you know it does. Studies show that people do in fact get happier with more material wealth, and there isn't an upper cap, because the more money you have, the fewer worries you have, and the more options you have. Go where you want, do what you want. Have an idea? You can realize it without begging for crowdfunding money or filling out grant applications. That's real freedom. Money doesn't matter is something rich people come up with to keep the plebs in their place. Most upvoted comment. Then why are so many setups so freaking miserable? Why do so many rich people go all Howard Hughes? And redacted. Hey, I want to use the terminal. Damn you, Shimolev. Alright, we'll use number 3 first. What the heck is infinite growth and what growth? And that's okay. Let's read them one by one. Infinite growth. Our society is sick, and the idea that's made it sick is growth. Infinite growth, infinite consumption on a finite planet is a recipe for destruction. Our desire for more and more and more is what makes us kill the only home we have. And to do what? Produce more plastic toys, make more hamburgers, pour concrete over every last bit of green soil. Those who propose techno fixes to our problems are making the mistake of fighting the symptoms, not the cause. Anthropogenic climate change is one of many symptoms. The cause is human greed. That's what we must truly fight if we are ever going to undo the damage we did. And the battle starts within every one of us, with the realization that more isn't always better. The infinite growth on a finite planet thing is driving me up the wall. Our problem today isn't infinite growth, it's the increasing lack of real material growth that benefits people. Have you seen the state of our roads, our bridges, our hospitals? Have you noticed the lack of affordable housing? The stock market's going great though. Fake numbers are indeed growing indefinitely, yes sir. But in the real world, investment in research is down, huge areas of potential technological advancement are just sitting there. We have so many solutions at our fingertips, but we refuse to act because speculation is more profitable. Orangutans went extinct on a global level and nobody fully understands why, but hey, who needs better medical technology? Viruses have never jumped species before, have they? I guess they did in the end. Okay. Terminal 2. An ancient... So that's... is that one of the Gehenna stories? An ancient virus which threatens the entire human species has been released from a melting Arctic permafrost. Society is collapsing. Select your character class. Witch. You're a witch. Your local coven has disbanded. Although you're not sick, most businesses are closed. Rations are dwindling, and if you cannot find food, your family will starve to death. You must survive until this plague is defeated. What will you do? Forage. You search some dumpsters and find some old fruit and vegetable peelings. Soup for dinner. Your family's hunger increased a little. Foraging is reliable but inefficient. Your family is now hungry. Global population is now 5 billion. Somewhere in the city exists one of the last remaining research laboratories. Wait, we are which? Working desperately to find a solution to the virus threat. If the scientists cannot find a cure in time, humanity is doomed. You know what to do. Research? It's not glamorous, but most scientific research consists of repetitive testing of samples and regimented recording of largely interchangeable results. Little by little, that is how science happens. Research level increased a little. Current research level 33. The virus has been isolated. Global population is now 4 billion. You and your family seems to be immune, but it continues to ravage the rest of the town. Rumors say most of the remaining food has been stockpiled by the billionaires in the underground bunkers. What will you do? Forage. Same thing. Your family is starving, they won't survive much longer. Population is now 3 billion. Research. Work has begun on developing an antivirus. Global population is now 2 billion. Plague of locusts has decimated the town's unripened crops. Perhaps the family still has a chance. The insects themselves are nutritious and plentiful. Eat locusts. The insects are well fed and lazy. You grind them into a nutritious paste with mildly nutty flavor. Family's hunger decreased a little. Global population is now 1 billion. This is humanity's final chance. Cure is close, but so is the tipping point in this pandemic. A race against time. Can you save the world? Research. Suddenly, a promising antiviral has been discovered. But there's still work to be done on manufacturing and delivering it in time. Suddenly, a breakthrough. The antivirus can be released as an aerosol carried on the wind and dispersed worldwide in a matter of days. This approach poses some risks to invertebrate life. The spectacles of spiracles of cockroaches, flies, and locusts are particularly likely to convert the aerosol into highly poisonous compounds. Estimates suggest a 90% fatality rates among these species and anything or anyone which consumes them. Use character class special ability. As a witch, you're able to remake reality with the power of your mind alone. If you believe that the locusts remain safe to eat and that humanity will be safe from the virus, then that is what will happen. So far as you are concerned, regardless of the protestations of your eyes and ears. Text on the screen can say whatever it likes about the impossibility of saving everyone. Your reality is yours to reap as you see fit. Save everyone, no matter how unlikely. Two competing realities spread out before you. In one, the antivirus is released, bonding with a cirrocumulus cloud layer and falling as rain all across the planets. 87.5% of the human population has perished, but the last remaining billion will live to die another day. In the other, the scientists agree that the risk is too great to release the antivirus, much to the surprise of almost everyone everywhere. You view these possibilities through a haze of dispassion and make the simple decision to merge them and have both. And why shouldn't you? You're a witch. Congratulations, this is considered a win scenario by the majority of participants. Okay. Let's talk to Rand.
Oh, just run the program on the center terminal over there, would you?
I just did. Sure.
Wait, you're not my assistant. Who are you?
They call me 1K.
Of course. You're the new build. Number 1000. I suppose everyone's been treating you like royalty. This city's so obsessed with the numbers, they forget what really matters. What do you want?
What are you doing?
I'm one of the archive scholars. We run simulations to better understand the processes which define us. You probably wouldn't understand.
I might if you answer some questions.
Oh. Well, I'd be happy to.
What do you make of recent events?
Troubling, but tantalizing. We have no idea what motives lie behind this strange apparition. But whatever the case, I'm sure we'll do the right thing.
What do you think of me?
You're a soon-to-be political game over the future growth of this city. All that matters to me is whether or not you're of good character. A matter I'm actively pondering.
What are your ambitions?
The secret of how to lead a good life is encoded somewhere within us. My ambition is simple: to find it and share it.
I'll be leaving now.
Hold on. Could you help me by going to that terminal in the middle there and running the program on it?
I already did.
Well, that was your first taste of the simulation. You must have questions.
What was that?
Before our ancestors died, they built an iterative simulation, gave it access to the archive, and hooked it all up to the hydroelectric dam which still runs this city. What you experienced on that terminal was one of the fossilized remains of that program.
What was the goal?
The goal was to create a new consciousness, and thus propel humanity into a post-biological era.
What's the archive?
My life's work. A small sliver of our primordial ooze. It's a jumble of ancient data, or what it evolved into, and it's the source of almost everything we know.
What's the simulation?
My appearance to you right now is part of the simulation. The lands and puzzles in our dreams are part of the simulation. It's the veil through which we see the world.
Where did the program come from?
Many of the artifacts we study have no clear origin. We can't know whether our ancestors created them long before the simulation existed, or if they're just a product of our shared subconscious.
No more questions.
Then I have some questions for you. Your experience of the program, how did it feel?
Fascinating.
Isn't it? It may not immediately seem like it, but all the answers we could ever need are encoded into every fragment of the archive. The interesting thing about this particular program is that no matter what choices you make, an ideal outcome seems to be impossible. It seems to demand sacrifice. Did you have the same experience?
I mean, not exactly. I mean, 90% of the world's population died, but I mean, it's considered a successful outcome?
Impossible. I studied this artifact for weeks. You're either lying or you're deluded. Which is it?
Well, it's my truth, at least.
I doubt it. But just supposing you found some secretive path, then share with me. What is it trying to tell us?
I truly have no idea.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself. My research tells me there's a concrete rule set for moral behavior, but my life's work to date hasn't revealed to me what the devil it is. Biological hominids had dreams manifested by their subconscious, which they tried to interpret and even to navigate with lucidity. We have the simulation. If we can realize our potential to understand it, we can realize our potential as a species. Thank you for bringing this additional data. I must return to my research. I wish you well on your inwards journey.
That's interesting, even though I have no idea what the meaning is. There's a window. Replica of a puzzle plate, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be activated by having weight placed on them, such as a hexahedron, a connector, or even the founder herself. Replica of a fan, a puzzle element used in simulation. They could be used to propel an object, or if placed horizontally on the ground, cause it to hover. Replica of an emitter, a puzzle element used in simulation. Finding ways of connecting them to receivers was one of the main challenges faced by the founder. Replica of a receiver, a puzzle element used in simulation. They could be activated by being connected to an emitter. See, we've seen this, I think. Yeah. Replica of a hexahedron used as a puzzle element in simulation. The founder used them to activate pressure plates, scale walls, activate connectors, and in a variety of other ways. This is where it came from. Non-explosive replica of a mine uses a puzzle element in a simulation. Scholars believe that Elohim derived these from his asset collection, and that the creators of the simulation did not originally intend for them to be used. Replica of a connector, a type of puzzle element in a simulation. Connectors would emit laser-like beams of light that were capable of powering receivers. Replica of a jammer, a type of puzzle element in simulation. Jammers were capable of disabling some but not all other puzzle elements. Replica of an electrified sphere used as an obstacle and puzzle element in a simulation. The founder sometimes placed hexahedrons on top of such objects, demonstrating her lateral thinking skills. This room contains several tetromino arrangers, a type of gating system used in a simulation. Elohim, in his function as holistic integration manager, derived the significance of tetrominos from the Apocrypha of Saint Edward. The founder solved dozens of these. Why don't you give it a try? Sure. Okay. Small ones are not too tough, I hope. This one. No, this is not right. Let's see. Okay. No. There we go. Now on the bigger ones. It's more complicated from this point on. No, it doesn't work that way. It feels like it would have been close if these were in the other direction. But they're not. Which means I'm not doing this the right way, right? I'm not at all a puzzle person most of the time. This kind of feels like could be close, but no cigar. Okay. There we go. That was tough. Okay. Let's see. No, this is not it. Huh. Alright, this will do. Good. 2 more. Well, this might not actually be so bad. Yeah, like the straight squares and bars actually easier to navigate. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually pretty easy. Last one. Okay. This one's huge. It's huge, but actually, can we put this together the same way? Yeah, it's just about forming blocks. Wow, these two are actually the easiest. Well, I mean, the green ones were easier. This is pretty darn simple. No achievement for completing all of these? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. We've seen these. That's the entrance. That's Rand's gallery. What about this way? So you guys won't talk. Seek out those in the world that would help you. So only one of us can transcend. We're all sharing both burden and in the rewards. Oh, the shepherd. There's a servant in the machine, a creature of lies and blasphemy. Yeah. And that's a thing in Milton, perverted by the archive that knows no hope and will plunge the world into eternal darkness to glorify its own despair. I have sworn an oath never to allow me into my heart. I'm not going to read all of these, but... Huh. I mean, these are... pretty... thematic. I mean, we have like Faith, who's very religious and fully believes in Elohim as God. We have the shepherd, who served as our guide and helped us ascend, and then we have Samsara, who is trying to stop us in the final stage. Yeah. So that this gallery has only messages from Shepherd, Faith, and Samsara. Okay. Well, this is someone else. Dog, which is also got backwards. Yeah. It was really touching when Shepard showed up and started helping us with the puzzles. Reconstruction of a puzzle from a testing area of the simulation themed around medieval imagery, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Faith. Scholars theorize that further areas with different themes existed at some point, but were destroyed by the gradual corruption of the simulation. Okay, so we have a puzzle. Explore the museum of the simulation in its entirety. Is this a water feet puzzle or? Okay. Yeah, and this is actually diegetic music. They have loudspeakers playing the medieval music here. Can we actually play this? Uh-huh. Yeah, I sort of remember this. Yeah, I think I remember this struggling with this for a while. Okay, now we have the blue lights. Yeah, I remember struggling with this. Where did they put the loudspeakers? I think it's from here. Yeah, somewhere behind this wall. Okay, how do we get the blue lights? Yeah, I remember struggling with this. There's another connector here. Let's see if I remember. Okay, so I set the last connector in front. Oops. I mean, I did struggle with this. Okay. So what I need to do is, whoops. Turn this on, and then that was maybe not the smartest thing I could have done. So the only puzzle solving we're doing now is in a museum. So let's set this up. But I guess no, we don't have to cross the streams. We don't have to cross the streams, but can I get the other gates too from here? Good. So with this out of the way, time to grab this one. It's kind of have an uncomfortable angle, but I don't know if there's any way to get this any closer. And with this setup, is this close enough? Hmm. 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 Okay. We set this up. And now we just need to connect this. Now with that done, we pick up the blue light. And we move this connector to receive the blue light. Yay! They even play the sound effect. And this was one of the puzzles that I spent a lot of time. Trying. I think I had to do it over 2 days. Is there any commentary on the QR code messages? No. Reconstruction of a puzzle from the Roman theme testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Ruins. This is where the founder began her journey. Oh, this was also one that I really struggled with. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. Yeah. Why does it always have to be the hard ones? Okay. Do I remember the logic of how this works? No. First, we set this one up first. So we set this up from in this. No. Well, I guess this is how we do it. Or is it? No. We do it this way, and we set the blue lights. Well, it's definitely much easier to do once you've done it once. With that, oh, the way can we does that free up? No, it doesn't. Doesn't free up one of the connectors. How to do this again? Whoops. Actually, no. We do it here. Yeah, this is how we do it. I think we have line of sight. This is how it works. Perfect. Now I can take this. Yay! And I mean, it definitely gets easier once you've done it once. Reconstruction of a puzzle from the Egypt-themed testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Death. Fragments from the Book of the Scribe of Osiris found in this area inspired The Blacksmith's A Dream of Aru, a classic work of Gehenna interactive fiction. Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay. I don't quite remember this. Let's set this up. We take the cube out. We don't need a cube anymore. Set this up. No, it doesn't work that way. First, let's grab the other connector. And then... well, we don't need this. We need the emitter, we need the fan switch. I guess we need that. We may or may not need that. Now we have that in the air. And we can now pick this up. That was the easiest one of them all. That was the easiest one of them all, and I don't get an achievement for completing all three puzzles. How disappointing. Anything to find outside the puzzle room. Ah, what's this? We'll put a beach ball here. Yeah, we're gonna spend a whole stream exploring the city of New Jerusalem, not proceeding with the main quest at all. Yeah, I wished we had some commentary on like the writers of these messages, especially the shepherd. So we've gone through all of these rooms. We've seen all the exhibits. All right. Time to head out. Oh, that was intense. You know what? I'm curious. I mean, it's optional, but this is fascinating. And I'm already liking this more than the first game. Even though I haven't seen anything of the main game yet. This alone kind of made it worthwhile. Now, how far can I go here? I don't suppose we can go outside the walls. Hey.
1K, you've strayed far.
We have strayed far.
That gives me a chance to apologize for completion day not being entirely complete.
You mean the dome?
Yes, it's my responsibility. I'm the chief architect. It was supposed to be done in time for completion day, but we simply didn't have enough resources.
What's it known for?
It has two purposes: to protect New Jerusalem from the world, and to protect the world from New Jerusalem.
When's the dome going to be complete?
At this rate, I'm not sure. Maybe another decade or two.
Does the world really need protecting?
That's what the founder taught us. One city may not seem like much, but just look at the dead city and how it transformed the environment. The consequences are still with us.
The dead
even more than
city.
1,000 years later.
I guess like from the previous civilization. Doesn't building a dome consume too much resources?
You're right. I have heard that argument. But the way it's been explained to me is that the dome has a greater value than just its practical use. It's a symbol of the society we aspire to become.
I need to go. Guess we can't go beyond this. And there's still the Gehenna Memorial that has been postponed and not available right now. So I'm pretty sure we'll return at some point. I think that's a museum. Yeah, I think most of the references went over my head. Being the uncouth barbarian that I am. Beach chairs. This calls for a screenshot. Or maybe we should use screenshot mode. Back to the game. Well, I like 2 better because it's giving the philosophical argument some sort of relevance. It's not just throwing a bunch of philosophical bullshit at you through a computer terminal. Like, the problems feel more alive. The story was not the strong point of the first game, in my opinion. Was that the museum? Yep. So, we got a little gathering in this pavilion.
Founder bless you.
Oh, can't talk to them. Oh!
Speculating on the meaning of this Prometheus figure is premature until we can agree on its nature.
You already have a theory.
I know it's beyond any projection technology I'm aware of.
If it wasn't us, it must be alien.
Stay quiet.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 1K, we'd appreciate your thoughts on this. Now we've achieved the goal, fresh perspectives like yours will be increasingly hard to come by.
I'd love to get a quote from you for this evening's newsletter.
Speculation aside, 1K, is there anything we can know for sure about this Prometheus?
It directed us to an island somewhere.
That's undeniably true, and what does that tell us?
We may learn more by following its directions.
That was my conclusion as well. The apparition also appeared to be human. What can we assume from that?
We can probably understand its meaning.
I tend to agree. I'm also sure that we lack the knowledge ourselves to create a projection of such clarity and magnitude.
Couldn't be someone inside the city, could it?
We can't know that for sure. It may be a fellow citizen operating in secret.
What makes you think it was a projection at all? How do we know it wasn't just a mass hallucination?
I mean, everyone's robots.
Some kind of bug in our code.
So it could be just a mass hacking.
By all of us.
So we're speculating again.
We've locked in the premises. I'd like to hear 1K's best guess.
I'll write a non-answer.
You're hardly engaging in the spirit of the debate, 1K, but no matter. The answers will reveal themselves in time.
Right.
I hope the next time we speak we'll have a bit more data to go on.
I think I swam from that side. Okay, so that's the Gehenna Memorial. Yeah. Okay, so I think we finally exhausted what the city has to offer for now. Okay, so I guess we will get to the main story after all. Unless I've forgotten someplace in the city. Just double checking. Yeah. Milton's Rest. Did we visit that? I mean, I went to the tablets of the founder. That's the tablets of the founder. Milton's Rest. That's the Drennan Memorial. Don't think there's anything significant here. Let's cross the bridge. It's anything here? No. Yeah, did I visit the place called Milton's Rest? I don't think so. Well, if we come back to New Jerusalem, we'll double check. Maybe there'll be new areas or not. Oh, wait, am I screwed? Help! Help! Wait. You're kidding me, right? I can't get back out. Oh, thank goodness. There's a ledge I can jump on. Yeah. What's that? I am very distracted. Wait, I think... Okay, I wasn't here before. I've not been here.
Hello, 1K. Nice to meet you.
This is Milton's Rest. Just exploring. I seem to inherit like cats.
Must be strange to be thrust right into the middle of all this. But you picked a good spot. Milton's Rest is the perfect place to relax and think.
Tell me about cats.
They're incredibly odd creatures. I've had many, and no two are alike. They have strange habits, they do unexpected things, they have zero respect for anyone. They're the weirdos of the
cats haven't
kingdom,
changed.
basically. And despite that, or maybe because of it, they end up running your life. I once didn't use my recharging station for almost 15 years because one of my cats liked to sleep in it.
Tell me about this place.
Well, this is the spot where the founder buried her first cat, Milton. She found Milton just after she woke up, and he lived with her and the first companions for almost 20 years.
Oh!
They say she was heartbroken when he died and swore that one day she would find the means to extend the lifespans of biological organisms.
Is that possible?
Probably, but we haven't really tried. It's not really considered part of the goal, you know. So, unfortunately, our cats still die pretty quickly. You fall in love with them, they become a part of your life, and then they're gone. That's why we built this place, to remember them.
Death is natural, we should accept it, or we should extend their lives.
I agree, but it's not how things work around here.
What's your favorite cat fact?
I think the most amazing fact about cats is that they self-domesticated, which is another way of saying that they're not properly domesticated at all. They just showed up one day and decided to start living with our ancestors. Then, after our ancestors died, they went back to living in the wild, and when we showed up, they moved right back into our homes. Dogs, meanwhile, turned back into wolves. They needed to change to survive. Cats just are.
Do you have a cat at the moment?
I do. Her name is Patricia. She's very beautiful and very specific in her preferences. She loves sunshine and sitting on people's heads. And she has a psychotic hatred of flies. I don't mean that she tries to catch them like a normal cat. I mean she is furious at the mere fact of their existence.
How'd you get going? Nuna. Safran and KN. Arrow never stops screaming. Helena, my best friend. Are these real cats that belong to the developers? But how many cat pictures do they have? Okay. Was this the original Milton? Hey, that's Windows. Someone took a photo with their laptop, with their desktop open. Wharf. Dick Cheney. Okay. Alright, so we found Milton's rest, and I'm glad I did. And I think it's finally time that we headed back. Just want to make sure I did see this side of town. I think I did, yeah, that's... Excuse me. Yeah, yeah, that's where we found the fog. Okay, we're finally going back to the central tower. Oh, lots of pigeons. Okay. Let's go back. Protesters still here. Guy's still playing his guitar. Yeah, that took the better part of 2 hours. Wow. Just exploring the city. Huh. Okay, so that's the section of the city that we had access to. I guess that's the dead city that they were talking about. The remnants of old human civilization. Finally, we're going to join the expedition. Finally. They must be wondering where I went. Melville.
So, what's the verdict? Are we going?
Yes, this is an opportunity we can't pass up.
Byron was pretty convincing, hmm? Well, we'll see. I just wonder how much of the city is going to fall apart while I'm gone. Actually, we haven't been formally introduced.
She was one who was speaking
only decent engineer.
on the elevator.
Saved you from the elevator.
I'll let you know when any and all change.
Ah, we got a funny one over here. You think you're joking, but just wait until one of your hinges starts squeaking. Anyway.
I mean, I wasn't entirely joking. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Here we go. Hold on to your hats.
We really need to update those language libraries.
Thank you for coming along, everyone. We have a chance to make a real difference here. It's not just about what we find on that island. It's about who we want to be as a people, as a civilization. To remind ourselves that we used to be wanderers, explorers. We used to yearn for distant shores and dream of building new cities. Let's see if we can rekindle that flame a little.
All right, this is going to be a long journey, so I would like to ask you to switch to sleep mode to conserve power until we arrive at the island.
Nighty-night.
I guess we get to talk to Elohim while we're in sleep mode.
You have chosen a dangerous path. A path that will demand sacrifice. But that, my child, is how the future...
Wakey, wakey, robot people. Say goodbye to Elohim and say hello to the mysterious island.
Status report,
It's
please.
very nice
We
looking.
hit some headwinds over the ocean, so fuel consumption turned out a bit higher than expected, but we should be okay. We're approaching the center of the island now. This should be the location of the largest of the artificial structures we detected.
How large are we talking? Do we have precise measurements?
It should be coming into view just about... Whoa. It's big.
You can say that again.
That
Pyramid.
is a bloody mega structure. If I had a spine, it'd be shivering.
Ha! I knew this would be exciting. Yakut, find us a place to set down.
On it.
So I guess it's going to be filled with puzzles.
It really is incredible.
Huh. I guess that's a helipad. It looks like there's
Turn on
stuff
streaming,
to turn on streaming. I guess there's stuff to explore here
Have I
even
ever
before we
mentioned
go
that I
in.
hate flying? If our creators had intended us to fly, they'd have given us jetpacks.
And... touchdown.
Act 1: A Voice in the Wilderness.
All right, everybody. I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am, but let's at least have some semblance of order. Yakut, I want a map of the island and a molecular analysis of, well, everything. Melville, tell me what the giant pyramid does. The rest of us will start exploring.
Shouldn't the expedition leader stay at the VTOL?
Why do you hate fun, Al?
I don't hate fun. I'm just mildly suspicious of it.
Excellent. Then we can all go.
What happens if... What happens if I try to commit
Structure seems to
suicide?
be part of some kind of transport system. No power, though.
I'm not making any promises, but I might be able to fix the transport system. However, I don't like just randomly poking at things. That's how you get electrocuted. So please check the surrounding structures to see if you can find anything that might help me make sense of this stuff. Schematics, blueprints, a manual would be great.
I mean, in the Talos Principle, you're just in a simulation, so you can't die. Let's try it! Hey! Hey! Goodbye, world. Oh, we just stop back at the checkpoint. Find schematics. Social media, nothing new on social media. Hi there on YouTube. Welcome. Alright. What's that marker on the compass? Is that our goal?
Hey,
Megas.
check out these coordinates.
Huh. Streaming. Where's that? Okay, I guess it's well, we got a map marker pointing to it. I'm just getting... Oh! What's this? Can we get in? No. But I mean, it appears on a compass, so I guess at some point we'll be able to ride it to travel from place to place. Whoa. What do we have here? Power lines, transformers. Let's check out everywhere but the quest marker. What's this? Anyone around?
That sort of looks like a temple.
Huh. Okay. Doesn't look like we can go any further than this. So go back. What's this? I mean, who built these? For what? Doesn't really look like something that the old humans would have built. So could Athena have built it after she left New Jerusalem? Okay, I guess this is the entrance that was pointed to. Before we go in. What's this?
Golden gates. I wonder what's behind those. Has to be something special, right?
You know what would be special? An explanation.
And why would someone build structures like these? Anyway, let's progress a little bit. Find schematics. Investigate the structure.
Structures. Older.
Have a look around, 1K.
Well, these look quite similar. Quite similar to like the structure that we emerged from. I guess we're supposed to go in there, but before we do that, it's a power generator.
Looks like they were running some sort of experiment here.
That's lasers of 3 different colors corresponding to these. Oh, well. Use palm reader. I mean, the fact that we were able to activate it with our robotic palm, though, sort of indicates this is designed for us. Talos Principle 2A. A fragment from straightens on the universe. I grant you then that man is indeed like Talos and cannot escape his material nature despite the claims of metaphysics, as you have many times said. Too many, perhaps. Repetition is the mother of teaching, at least when the students are hard-headed. But what does this tell us about the nature of the universe, which is what we're discussing? There's the next question we must undertake to answer. We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask if man's like a machine. Could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact? NEMA project. Version 001 successfully deployed. 002 testing failed. Power grid 2 unstable. So this is the schematic. NEMA system, which we just sent to Melville.
Let's see what we've got here. The file format is the same one we use in New Jerusalem, although some parts aren't loading correctly. And it crashed. Hold on. There we go. Okay. You know what? I'll hack together a solution for the transport system.
Ah, so yeah. The little car that we just saw. Return to the station. Hmm? What's that? What? Wait, what? How does that work? Wait, did you all see that?
Am I in sleep mode, or did that thing just materialize out of thin air?
Melville, I want an analysis of that particle cloud.
On it. Anyone got a butterfly net?
Okay, so it looks out of our reach. Are there any more features that we can investigate right now? Or do we just have to go back? Or if we just fly away with the VTOL? But if someone is staying with the VTOL, the pilot, Yakut. I can't get in. Okay. So that's the station. Board the capsule.
Go ahead and try the capsule, 1K.
I'm connecting the transport system to our interface. Hold on.
Before we do that, I wasn't entirely sure what to call this. It looks like a temple and sort of astronomy themed. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that. It doesn't seem to be active in any way, but I can't help but think that the design implies some kind of significance, like it's hiding a secret. Again, maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. Grasslands ring. To East 1. Main puzzles, lost puzzles, gold puzzles, lost labs, stars. Oh, so I guess one of the stars is in the temple. But let's go to East 1.
Where is the capsule taking 1K?
To that enclosed area.
So that's what the puzzle hub is like in 2.
Thanks. Sorry, my bad.
We'll catch up with you soon, 1K.
Ooh. It's actually kind of like New Jerusalem in terms of design.
This place is magnificent. Look at that tower.
Yeah, good as cat. Hey, got some familiar features now. What's that? Well, let's go in. Yeah. Very similar to New Jerusalem. There's also a lot of water here. One, two. Okay, so this is a barrier. I wonder what those statues are about. We'll probably have to solve the puzzles to get in. Also, I like the soundtrack. The soundtrack in 1 was nice too. RGB Shifting. Yeah, we saw that in...
Why would there be a puzzle?
Yeah, we saw that in the... where we found some semantics.
I have a reoccurring nightmare just like this.
This... Huh. Huh. Well, they have a colorblind mode. So I guess it was necessary because these puzzles are color dependent. So if you're colorblind, you're going to really struggle with it without any measures. Whoops, sorry. I keep mashing the escape button. Okay, let's figure out how this works. Keep
That
connections.
glass was not in the simulation.
RGB connector. Okay, this is confusing. Huh? RGB converter. Wait, I don't know my RGBs. Well, it works as a normal connector, right? No? No. Wait, we got to experiment with this. It merges red and blue into green. Blue and green into red. Okay. So we get whatever color we're not picking up, basically. And if we need blue, we pick red and green. Fascinating. Then finally we merge red and blue into green. And that's probably not how RGB works, but that doesn't matter. Use progress wheel.
Whoa, I'm reading an enormous energy spike.
It's another particle cloud.
Ooh. Okay.
It's headed for the lake.
Use Prometheus terminal. What does this do? This fire has already been freed. Seek the lights elsewhere.
Absorbed by some sort of device.
Fascinating. Melville?
Yeah.
Is this like to reset? Is this to reset because we can't rewind the same way as we could in the first game? So we can use this to restart the puzzle. Seek the light elsewhere. I mean, the Prometheus allegory is obvious. Okay, area 2. Reconnection. First, let's grab the other connector. Yeah, we still have to figure out how these work. Converter. So that okay. Huh. So that works. Whoops. No. That didn't work. But we can pick up this light, which is red. We can't reuse it though. Okay, this is confusing. Well, if we have red and green. Okay, so we need red. We need to put blue and green lights onto this. Okay, this is confusing. Okay, green plus... Green plus... Green plus blue equals red. So let's start with this. But that red is there for a reason, right? Red plus blue equals green. No. No. Okay, I'm confused. No. What I need is red and blue, which gives me green. So that generates green lights. And then I pick up blue from this and green from that. That will give me red. There we go. Well, this is a head spinner. Okay, so this will show completed. Yeah. And with that done, we'll be able to go through. Solve puzzles, 2 of 8.
That absorbs the particle clouds. As far as I can tell, it uses the energy of the particles to build giant tetrominals?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's another puzzle. Collect enough energy, build a bridge, access the tower.
Hi there, Yakut. How did you come here?
What is this? A theme park?
Maybe it's an experiment.
Huh?
Rat maze.
Huh?
It seems like an echo of the simulation. Not a deliberate recreation, but built around the same core principles. Let's not jump to conclusions, though. What's clear is that this place
we're
was
missing
meant to be explored.
one piece.
So let's do that.
Oh, we can actually zoom in. What happens if we jump? I can't jump. I can't jump. I can jump. I can jump. There's no aid on him telling me to go back, but I'm not supposed to swim. Fascinating. Well, let's do a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. Here's number 3. Number 3. Up the stairs. Castling. Chess. RGB converter. Okay, first we put this on pressure plates. Well, I have red and green. Gives me blue. By the way, if we ever solve the puzzle, what does this show us? You have no tokens. You're not alone in quest for the light. Find one of my sparks and are free to find hidden in this labyrinth. Oh, is that the helper function?
Looks like Prometheus
from the
has given
first.
us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
Okay, yeah.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks.
Okay, so that's that's the same as the helper function for the first game. So pick up red and green to get blue. Here's a second connector. We need to get to red. Well, all we need to do is put this on. Oh, whoops. No. Doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, duh. Okay, we need this. Red, green for blue. And then blue plus green. Blue plus green for red. It's not. Actually, how to do this? Okay. Well, we're still going to do red and green for blue, but we're not going to put this on the pressure plates, I think. Red plus green for blue, and then I need blue plus green for red. So I need this somewhere. Yeah, I put this here. And then blue plus green for red. There we go.
Keep solving these, 1K. Let's see where it leads.
All right, that's number 3. No QR codes here, eh?
I ran the samples I collected so far. The soil sample results are in line with what would be expected in this type of environment. The samples from the above-ground structures, though, I tried dating them, but the results just don't make sense. None of the typical molecular markers are present. These walls could have been made 10,000 years ago or yesterday. I could try to estimate an age based on erosion and plant growth, but I'm not sure that would make sense given how weird everything else is.
Good work, Yakut. Keep at it.
Number 4. I think I could go around at some point. What's that? Yeah, that's another one of those gold doors that...
Another set of golden gates.
Yeah.
These must be connected to the ones near the megastructure.
There was a harder set of puzzles in the simulation, right? And maybe they're like that. I know 1K is probably like, yay, harder puzzles! That sounds like error code 704. No thanks.
Reading a player's mind. All right. Area 4. Alternative option. Okay. Okay. The message here doesn't change, right? So I need green light. Okay. Cube on fan. Pick up. Oh, I can't pick up the lights from here. Okay. We turn the switch on first. We connect all three. We turn off the switch. We keep connections. Put this on the cube. Turn the switch on. Whoa! Fuck me. Well, we can do it again. What? Turn the switch off. Keep connections. Put it on. Turn switch on. Third time's the charm.
Good. Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
Well, the music changes too. It's kind of like Tears of the Kingdom, where the further you go, the music changes in tone. Dog personal permission to share personal data. 1K, we met in New Jerusalem, if you remember. I spoke to my friends. This whole mysterious island expedition thing has the city a bit on edge. There's some questions for you before I make any introductions. Do you consent to my gathering and sharing your personal data? What am I signing up to? My friends just want some assurance that you're the right kind of person. If you want to know what's really going on, you have to play along. You can back up at any time, but if you don't engage with the process, then you won't get to engage with the process at all. It's up to you. What if by consenting I miss out on something else? I'll give some advice, newbie. When the choices matter in this world, you know about it. It's somehow built in. When faced with the dilemma and both options look good, then for sure you'll miss out something. But trust your gut and you can't go wrong. This right now is not one of those dilemmas. You should come on along for this ride. That's my advice. Yeah, breaking the fourth wall again, I guess. I'm concerned. Yeah, no point not doing it and not knowing what to do. There's 6 questions, standard vetting procedures. We get the best results if you answer in whatever way is most true to you. What's more important for making good decisions, compassion or knowledge? It's kind of the questions that the Milton library assistant gave you. Knowledge. Thank you. Question 2. Is it ever okay to lie or misdirect in order to keep a secret? Yes, lying can be okay. I see. My friends will be most interested in this particular answer. Question 3. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary for our own protection? No one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. Phew, that one's controversial. I'm glad it's not me that's who answers these. Question 4. Now it gets metaphysical. In your opinion, can the world be reduced to mechanical parts? Or is existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? Let's say it's reducible to basic laws. I'm glad you understood the questions because it's all Greek to me. It was Greek to me, too. Question 5. Can things really change for the better, for good? Or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? I really can't say. I know it's difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary language. Nonetheless, I suggest if you have any natural inclination towards either idea, you answer that way, even if it's not strictly correct. But if you insist, I'll communicate your apathy to my companions. I see no way to choose. As you prefer. Final question. Which is more important to the success of civilization? To respect the lessons of the past or to rewrite the rules for our future? We should not let our future be defined by our past. Thank you, we are all done here. Oh, hold on, I've got a last minute addition. It's a weird one. I know where this one came from. Alright, question 7. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? No, prayer has no effect on the world. Okay, noted. I think that's everything I need. I'll forward your answers to my friends and let you know if any of them is interested in taking things further. Also, we got a new post here. Hey, I'm curious. Has anyone actually met 1K? But I found this piston. I hope he's interested in mechanical engineering or something. We desperately need more people to keep this city functional so we don't have to rely on Melville to repair the stuff that Pellegrino fixes. Hey, remember when you fixed the door to the mayor's office? How long was Herman stuck in there? Maybe it was intentional. You trapped one mayor in his office for a week and you're marked for life. I hope he's an artist. What we really need is new stories, new ideas to lift our spirits. You know, if we just kept growing, we wouldn't have to worry about this, and we wouldn't have to imprison poor 1K in a cage of expectations. 1K would be whatever the progenitor intended him to be, and whatever the founder foresaw when she established the goal. He's really interested in history, which is an excellent start. Hey, that's nice. Some of you could learn a thing or two from his attitude. I want to explore. Looks like you got the perfect opportunity. Treasure it, 1K. I've been begging to be assigned to a scouting expedition for ages, but I'm just stuck here in the city with the walls closing in on me. Getting to go on an adventure is a huge blessing. And we've got a few new entries. Not sure what to call this. Bridge ring? Bridge machine? Anyway, it's a device that takes particle clouds released by the puzzles and turns them into bridges made out of tetrominos. Correctly assembling a bridge out of 8 particle clouds is required to reach a tower, so clearly another layer of puzzles. The simulation had tetromino puzzles too, although in a different form. Could the presence here be symbolic? I don't have a clue. Well, the thing with the choices matter is that you have to have the option to load and see how things turn out another way. And that wasn't available in Road to Gehenna. In Road to Gehenna, like, the interactions you have on the terminals with the community changes the ending. And it starts to change things really early on. So there's no way to see the other endings without playing again from the beginning. And I wasn't all that happy with that. In the original Talos Principle, at least the branching endings, there's a spot where you can go back to and choose to climb the tower or go through the door. I hope this one doesn't punish you for making a choice. Notes on the puzzles present on the island. Seems that each of the structures on the island, with the exception of the medical structure itself, is surrounded by a cluster of puzzles resembling those found in the simulation and now booting sequence. Completing a puzzle releases a particle cloud, which then autonomously flies into the device and assembles the tetrominos. The puzzles even come with titles, hijacking the vestigial code designed to display puzzle names in the simulation. It's unclear whether this represents a potential security issue, but the matter should be given consideration. Okay, so they have an in-universe explanation for why puzzle names appear. Set of strange lock puzzles. Looks like there's an additional set of puzzles protected by golden gates that can't be accessed yet. Assuming there's some kind of logical pattern to all this, those gates will probably open up once the correct conditions are met. Does that mean solving all the other puzzles, or maybe something else as well? Hard to know at this point, so perhaps we should prioritize much later. There's an ambition expressed by this building, a sense of purpose that I find really admirable. It's big, but it's also intricate, detailed. That feels like a statement. We should explore this building as soon as possible. Okay, we're done with 4. Let's go to 5. That's just wilderness, right? Music changed. What's this? Huh? Is this an unmarked puzzle? Elevation.
It's strange that some of these puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Like it's all unfinished. Or still evolving.
Okay, we have a normal connector here. And an RGB converter. So I need to get red lights in here. Red lights. First, let's get the cube out. Triangle is an image of the lost puzzles. Red lights. Let's think about this. The cube is there for a reason. Okay, first, let's see how far can I bring this red light to. Red lights. Can I connect this? No. Yeah. Wait, no, that's a wall. That's the wall. Okay, so the light can go through that grid. Huh. Okay. But this doesn't exactly help me. Right. Obviously I can't take this. It makes a loud noise when we run into that grid. Whoops. Well, if I had one more connector that I could make something happen. As it is. Okay. Actually, there's an easier way. There was an easier way. Alright. Now that we've freed up the RGB converter, I need to pick up blue lights. So, well, if I put this on a cube, would that give me No. 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 No, that's not it. That's not it. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can keep this gate open. But let's grab this. Grab this. And I have blue light from the RGB. So this way. Yeah, hey. What does this do?
I have good news and I have bad news. Still no idea what those particle clouds are, but I've managed to fix the transport system. I mean, I fixed another bit of it. Well, it goes to one more station now. Don't complain. 2 stations are better than none.
I wonder what's waiting for us there.
Whatever it is, we better be careful. The sheer amount of power required to run this place makes me nervous just to think about it.
Let's not make any assumptions. Yakut, what does the next site look like?
It's a plateau in the mountains. Seems like more of an open area with scattered structures, less enclosed. Couldn't tell much from the drone feed. There's a lot of trees. Looks pretty, though.
Okay. Keep exploring, everyone, but stay alert.
Okay, well that counted as five puzzles? I don't know. We'll continue to find the real puzzle rooms. But I'm lost. Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Why am I?
Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say he was the creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that he was made of bronze and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition, he spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics. Yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood.
I think this is a text that also appeared in the first game on one of the terminals. So we got one of the fires, but how the bleep do I get up there? Can't go up there. I'm lost. So number 5 is this way. Hey! Oh yeah, I forgot I could talk to Byron. Huh?
Tell me, what did you make of New Jerusalem?
It's lovely.
It is, isn't it? We had such ambitions in the beginning. But if you look closely, you'll notice the cracks, the places where it's all starting to fray. We've lost faith in ourselves, in our humanity. All we need to do now is finish that dome and we'll be trapped in our perfectly neat little tomb.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm someone who was born a long time ago, when we couldn't afford to romanticize the past and demonize progress, when the value of human civilization was evident because it was so close to being gone. I'm someone who believes that human beings are important. Terribly, desperately important, because intelligent life is rare and precious. I suppose you could say I'm old-fashioned.
It's interesting because, like, in this case, old-fashioned actually means being progressive, being, like, willing to take risks and expand, whereas, like, climbing up in the dome is actually a new idea. What's the role of puzzles in our culture?
When Alexandra Drennan was trying to find a way of creating true AI, she stumbled upon the idea that curiosity and playfulness are core characteristics of intelligence.
This light is very
So she
distracting.
built the simulation around a game, because playing is part of what makes us human. We also retain some of that code, as I'm sure you noticed when you were booting up. Because of that, puzzles have always been important to our culture. To me, they represent the idea that the application of reason can lead us forward. None of which explains why these puzzles are here or who built them, but I think it shows that there must be some kind of intent behind them, perhaps a test.
What do you think about the megastructure?
It's a mystery. Not just because it's technologically far ahead of us, but because we genuinely don't understand its purpose. And I think that's wonderful. It's just what we needed as a civilization.
You and Alcatraz seem to have an odd friendship.
Because we disagree on just about everything, you mean? Well, here's the secret. Al is honest. He believes what he believes because it seems right to him, not because it gives him power over others. I respect that. In fact, I prefer that to someone who agrees with me just because I'm one of the first companions.
That's all. Yeah, I like that the disagreement they have is not intensely antagonistic, which is more than we can say for our real world, unfortunately. What's this? Okay, so it's like one of those terminals in the first game. From Hypatia's journals. Volume 1, the founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1, we finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. We found a secondary supply site easily enough thanks to Alexander Drennan's instructions, but while I still have to compile a detailed inventory, it seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner, damn you Elohim. But then they probably expected all 12 of us to be there from day 1, not just Athena. Today we have to use the 2 recharging pods that we brought from the dam in 4-hour shifts, which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. Baby steps. From the introduction to Are We There Yet? Where we come from, where we're going, and why you need snacks by Valerie Contero Romero. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea, maybe we should stick to living like cavemen. And I get it, it is ugly and messy. But the mistake is thinking that where we are right now is the endpoint, that this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly. Admit it. We all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. They have soft heads, and they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. And then they become teenagers, pimply, self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. And then slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults, and then some of us never grow up. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we've barely just come into existence. We've gone through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it in pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now doesn't mean it's never going to change. That city. I think all that time Athena spent in the Death City changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naively optimistic ideas of Alexander Drennan. But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. It's a sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed, many to the point of extinction. Entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrive somewhere, death would follow. And then the great blowback, the deaths of billions of thinking beings, the extinction of humanity itself. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spends a great deal of time doing just that. That's when she must have realized that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilization of the past. Yeah, so the philosophical issue we're dealing here is how to approach the question of growth. Okay, so I guess we haven't been here. Ah, a fox! A fox! A fox! Let's kill it. Okay, so we've been through 4. We did the lost puzzle. But do we still have like a serial number 5 here somewhere? I guess this is where we came from on the pod. Now let's leave that area for later and let's stick to this side. And we may have to go there pretty soon. Let's follow a path that we can actually follow. So yeah, this was where the path would have led us. Or was that lost puzzle actually number 5? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of damage here. It's hard to tell. Okay, no, this is number 5. Through the door. Mm-hmm. Through the door. But that's okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, that's the end point. How do we get connected through this, though? Yeah. Here's an RGB converter. I don't think I need this area anymore. So grab this. I see. Okay. So we'll pick up the red lights from here. Pick up the red lights. No, no, no. Actually, what we need to do is to use this, connect the blue lights. Let's put it where we can actually pick it up on the outside. And then jam the other door. With that out of the way, we'll do blue, red. Oh, stupid me. Blue, red to green. Okay, that was quick. Hey, Byron's with us again. Alright, here's another terminal. Can we jump? Okay. Can we get back up? Okay. Trevor. Trevor Percival Donovan, known to his friends simply as Trev and never as Percy, was part of the Extended Lifespan project that formed the backbone of the simulation and the archive. He helped put together the hardware that made all of us possible. Like Alexandra Drennan, he left behind a series of messages to the future. But unlike Alexandra Drennan or Arkady Chernyshevsky, he was forgotten. Not one building or street in New Jerusalem is named after him. I dug up his files from the archive and I've been thinking about them a lot. Okay, so we have an audio log. I guess we're bringing up.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules for you out there, I guess? Robot people of the future. Hi. And I thought to myself, surely they'll want to hear more than the wisdom and insight of a brilliant scientist like Alexandra Drennan. Surely they also want to know what I was thinking, a dumbass hardware engineer from Staten Island. Tell us about your insights, Trevor. Why did you spend your last months on Earth helping a crazy old Russian guy build the world's biggest backup drive? Well, let me tell you my story. When I was...
So is this the backup drive? No.
Yeah, yes, Frank. I'm recording right now. Uh-huh. No. You know what? Why don't you go...
File was written by 5358. Yeah, interesting. Time travel, maybe. I mean, for sure, this building has to do with, like, the robot people, because we're finding archives that were written by the 12 companions. Actually, let's see. Some puzzles seem disconnected from rest. They're still functional and can be used to power the bridge device, which means it should be possible to reach a tower without solving every main puzzle. I see, so that actually lets us skip a main puzzle or two if we get stumped. But they don't seem to be properly integrated. Could they be remnants from a previous iteration of the design? Which I want to find. These are just conversation logs. I was hoping we could... Okay, terminal logs. It's Hypatia. This was 5358. That city is Elwyn. Okay, so this is also from 5358. Social media, city news. We have something new here. Oh. Oh. The long-awaited birth of our 1000th and final citizen was interrupted today by an unknown projection in the skies. The projection, which identified itself as Prometheus, goaded New Jerusalem inhabitants in indecipherable incantations. The source of the projection was tracked to a remote, mysterious island. A team led by Byron is now en route to find out more. Other members of the expedition include Alcatraz, Melville, Yakut, and 1K. Mayor Hermanibus has once again called for a calm and promises that New Jerusalem will be safe so long as its citizens do not forget the ideals of the goal as set forth by the founder. Yeah. I mean, the notes we found, a lot of them belong to the companions. Hey, is that Yakut? Hey. Oh, he just waved to us.
1K, what's up?
Tell me about yourself.
I don't know if there's much to tell. I'm not that interesting. I'm just a member of the scavenging team. Well, senior member. Lead scavenger, I guess. There's not that many of us left, to be honest, and Garrus doesn't get along with the mayor. What else? I have a cat named Bruce. I like old music. I have a collection of antique bottles. I think that's it.
Why do you become a scavenger?
I've always loved exploration. Seeing new places, that feeling that you're the first person to set foot somewhere after all this time. But you know, it's not even that. It's just seeing new things. The world is full of remarkable sights, and experiencing them changes you. It's not the same as just reading about it.
I agree. Discovering the world enriches our lives.
Exactly.
Spoken with someone who never leaves this room.
I find something that surprises me, that extends my horizons in ways I couldn't have anticipated. The world is so much bigger than we are. It contains things that we can't even imagine. And if we limit ourselves to our own minds, we'll never grow.
Tell me about Bruce.
He's 5 years old, half goofball, half psychopath.
Like all cats.
Sticking his head into things, chews cables, pees on electrical stuff. Melville banned him from her workshop, but he loves visiting her and peeing on her equipment.
Why do you collect bottles?
I just find it fascinating that these fragile objects have survived for so long. Plus, they're kind of pretty.
You want to solve some of these puzzles?
Oh no, please. No puzzles. I'm so bad at puzzles. I barely got out of the booting process. Elohim thought I might be defective.
What's the farthest you've ever been from New Jerusalem?
It might be this. Although there was an expedition to a superconductor storage facility up north, incredibly well preserved, but the logistics were an absolute nightmare. Now that I think about it, there might be some of that in you.
Ever seen anything like the megastructure in your travels?
Our ancestors built some pretty amazing things. Huge cities, factories, mines, monuments to their history, but nothing quite like this, no.
That's all. Okay. Can we find number 6? This way. Where would it be? Number 6. There? Where? I'm lost. Let's try going this way. So big. Okay. We got a sign pointing to 6 and 7. What's this? Okay, there's number 6. I think I saw it from below. Alternatives. Okay. Red plus blue gives me green. Then green plus blue gives me red. That's step 1. Red plus green gives me blue. And then blue plus green equals red. There we go.
Melville, what did you just upload?
A photo?
I mean, technically you're right, but...
Is that? I can't tell what that is.
How did you even manage? You're literally taking a picture with your eyes, Melville. I don't even know how to make my eyes go out of focus.
Clearly you've never listened to one of Herman's speeches.
Some of us are busy doing actual science, not just sightseeing. Thank you.
Let's see what happened there. Uploaded for personal reference. Okay, puzzle number 7. There's number 7. Self-Sufficiency. Great. So I can't take the converter while stepping on a plate. Okay. First off, I can detach this. Let's take all of these out first. There's a connector, there's an RGB. So to be self-sufficient, obviously we have green with green. Okay, we have green, now what? Now what? Blue. 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 Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Green and green doesn't amount to anything, does it? I guess we need something else. Let's say we pick up blue here. We picked up blue. But how do we pick up 2 lights with this? The end game is that we turn on the fan and fly. Ah. Huh? Okay. Let's take the fan off for now. So pick up the fan from here. I mean, pick up green from here. Yeah. I can get red. I can get red, and now I can pick up the fan. Shit. Ah, duh. Duh. How's that? Now we set the fan down here. It gives us everything. Now we just need to set the fan back. Wait. Well, that's puzzle number 8, but I'm going to finish the last one too.
Try accessing the tower, 1K.
Shut up, Aaron. I want to find the last puzzle. Finish all of them. Where is it? Where is it? No, this is another lost puzzle. Huh. The multiples of those. Okay. Where does this take me? Nah. Oh, this looks like a headache. Well, I'll still get blue. How do we get green though? How do we get green? Is there red somewhere? There is a red somewhere. Red, blue. No, I need the other connectors. I can't get the other connectors. How to do this? So we pick up red from here. Red, blue, green. Okay. Connector. Connector. Now. Now. How do I get this without crossing the streams? How do I do this without crossing the streams? Well, the answer is I can't. Let's put this a little further up. Actually, well, since I don't need that green anymore, I could just, let's see. It's blue. Yeah. Blue. Blue plus red for green. No, this doesn't work, does it? No. It's blue. Eh. How do I put this? Bring this around. Doesn't work here, right? No. What does work is this. Out of the way. And this. Now, I have one connector and one RGB. Right, that doesn't work. I was wondering if I could... Well, I guess I could wrap the blue round back, right? Yeah, with two connectors, this is possible. Then... there we go. Perfect. By the way, on the map, we have done both of the lost puzzles. We haven't found any lost labs. I don't know how to do that. We haven't found any of that. Let's go around a little bit more, maybe we'll... Well, I still have to find room number 8, too. This is so big. So big. Howdy.
What is it?
Hey, about yourself.
Founders, pistons. You want my autobiography now? Fine. I'm one of New Jerusalem's chief engineers. I'm in charge of city maintenance and power management. I'm old as dirt, although not quite as old as that fossil Byron. In short, old, grumpy, keep stuff running.
You have any hobbies?
Hobbies? You think I have time for hobbies? That's cute. If I had time for hobbies, all of you would be dead.
Really? That thing?
What do you want me to say? I like bubble baths, candy, and the concept of Tuesdays. Cities don't maintain themselves. If you don't put real effort into keeping stuff running, it all falls apart in just a few decades. Civilization is always on the brink of collapse unless we do something about it. And I do.
I heard you're a big fan of Yakut's cats.
Listen, one day that furry little demon is gonna pee on the wrong cable and all of New Jerusalem will just turn off. Forget about the megastructure. He's the biggest threat to our security.
What's your evaluation on the megastructure?
It's big. It's too big. And it's got a lot of energy running through it. Frankly, I think we should be pooping our robot pants. See, that's what I mean about the language libraries. Pooping our pants. Really?
Any progress on the particle clouds?
Yes. but I'm not liking the results.
What are the results?
Confusing, irritating, infuriating. Take your pick.
Charming personality. Let's go and find room number 8. Where is it?
Interesting monument. Decorative for another puzzle.
Hmm. I mean, if he says that, it's probably something important. But I don't see anything around that I can interact with. Right? Other than this. Hmm. Can I jump up from here? Yay! I made it. Okay, so I guess 8 is in the direction of the bridge ring. Oh, there's 8. Entanglement. It's connector. First, let's free the RGB converter. We can't take the fan. First, I need green. How do I do it? Give me blue from the connector. Green. This gives me the cube. Okay, what do I need? I need green. So I guess we need to switch this up. Get red from this. Red, blue to green. Let's set this down here. Missing something. Let's turn this damn thing off for now. Ah. Okay. Okay. I can't pick up red from here. I've gotten all the tools that I could. Hmm. Okay. Let's get this switch rolling first. Let's get a fan rolling. So from this position, I don't think we can actually reach that directly. Or we can generate green light from up here. How do I free the connector? So select, select, select. Let's connect all 4 of these. Right. Cut the damn switch. Well, we keep the connection as it is. And then we set up this again. How about this? Oh, bloody hell. I didn't turn switch back on. This time it should work. Okay. I don't need that anymore. There we go. There's some weight.
Odd. 1K solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
So, according to the map, we've solved all the main, all the lost puzzles. We haven't found the lost labs. Haven't started the gold puzzles. We could try heading out to the gold puzzle again. Just take a quick look at that. I'm going the right way. Can't see. Maybe what's this way? Oh, so the numbers is actually displayed on the compass. Huh. 2 of these lit up. There's more. What's that? Is that... Would that be Athena and Milton, her cats? There's a robot on a terminal. Instructing 3 others. Let's see, they built... Is that New Jerusalem? I don't know what would this be? That's the 3 tablets of the founder, I think. It's kind of depicting the history of New Jerusalem, but we can't go any further in this, so yeah, let's check out the ring, and then maybe we'll call it a day. It's been 4 hours and then some. Yeah, it kind of looks like the generator, but hard to say. Okay. We're back. Will we ever... Did we ever come this way? Okay, there's... I think that was number 8. Oh, there's another terminal here. I'm glad I came. Author, error. Lives of the First Companions by Randolph. Lithrasier is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions. A wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom 5358. In a troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lithrasier and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care. It is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
But by the sound of the recording doesn't seem like there was anything man-made here. Like this was probably not here. Otherwise he would have commented on it, right? Lithrasier? So 1K found a recording of Lithrasier, and what an odd recording too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. Oh, did we? I guess we were streaming, so everybody knows what we found back at the city. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Lithrasier always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He traveled a lot, sometimes even for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often. So it was quite risky, as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. We had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary, and exploration was necessary to him. Lithrasier would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In a period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. There's this one published back in the day. No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative. It doesn't show you like how many terminals you found, which is unfortunate, because that's important too. It's relevant information. I mean, this is a deep, deep rabbit hole. The problem is that there's a lot of places that don't have anything, and I can't go back up easily. Ah, there we go. Well, one more quick stroll and then we'll do. Just to be double sure. Is that another terminal? Did we already find it? Terminal. I guess that was the one in the underground structure. Okay. Well, hopefully we didn't miss anything important. Bear with me for a moment as I take sidetrack after sidetrack. Yeah, I see the location of the star. I see the location of the star, but where would it be? Okay. So the star is at this monument. Right. But I have no idea how to get to it. And I have no clue about the lost lab. Well, there's only so much time I can burn here. So... Huh? Statue's hands? Oh! Okay, thanks for the tip. Oh, this is gonna be hard though. This is gonna be hard. Let's see. Okay. It's... Which direction is this? Is the bloody statue? Okay, that way. Can I target it from here? Can I target it from here? Okay, it's that way. I mean, I have to be... Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. This is happening. Yeah, hey. Well, hey. Thanks for the tip. Solve one Pandora monument.
He did not
Pandora.
do so to forge a tool. He did so to smite his brother.
Pandora. Wow, that's some...
more like a recording. The entity didn't appear, and the system didn't react either.
Stars. Another reflection of the simulation.
Okay. Well, the lost lab is probably out of my reach. I hardly got any stars back in the original Talos Principle. Yeah, that was that was the first terminal that I found. Yeah, let's head to the bridge ring. It's almost 4.5 hours now. We gotta move on. Gotta stop this at a decent place. Okay. How does this work? Uh-huh. Okay, so it's Tetris.
I don't know if this is relevant, but St. Edwald believed that Tetrominoes represented the name of God and God's ability to reshape the world.
True, but he was also mad as a hatter.
One man's madness is another man's genius.
No. Let's hope I can get this. Okay. Yay. No, this doesn't work. That's it. Let's try this again. Wait. Select piece. Uh-huh. There we go.
When I was booked it up, I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
So am I.
Actually, the only ones I was good at. What? I'm just saying.
All right. We arrived on the other side. Enter the tower. What do we have here?
Is that some kind of anti-gravity?
I'm not sure. Could be, I guess.
Only one way to find out. Hey!
In the beginning, the gods shaped
The
humankind
Sphinx.
out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath. But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
I mean, is this a riddle? The created, because they came from arts, not chaos.
Improvement makes straight roads, but the crooked roads, without improvement, are roads of genius. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals. Was his theft justified?
Oh, this one is interesting. Zeus did not create fire. It was not his own to. It was not his to own in the first place.
If Zeus did not own fire, why should humankind? Angered by the betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora. He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
There's more than one interpretation to the Pandora mythology. All may still be found if we were willing to look for it.
Those who seek hope should ask themselves why it was imprisoned with the world's evils. Creature of clay, you stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
What's that?
Guys, look at my stream. The beam 1K activated is connecting to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
Yeah. Activate the tower at the Grasslands ring.
Thoughts? I'd say there are two distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem. Presumably the same technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking. Was this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
I mean, being able to react doesn't indicate sentience. I'm not sure the interaction was long enough.
Let's skip that issue for now. What really matters here is what it was trying to achieve by asking those questions.
It was testing me.
Testing you to what? See if you're worthy?
That's an interesting thought. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
We're all doomed. We should be careful. We don't know if these apparitions are benign.
I don't disagree, but I still think we should proceed. 1K, keep solving puzzles. The rest of you, as you were.
Okay, so we activated 1 of 3 towers. And using the elevator again brings us back down. This is still the only way forward, right? What happens if we jump down from here? Nothing. We're not trapped though. We're intended to jump down. So, all right. Let's head back to the hub and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, we haven't found the lost slab yet. That's one thing on my mind. And of course, there's a gold puzzle. I mean, well, whatever was behind those golden gates that doesn't seem accessible right now. All right then. Wow. That was far more fascinating than I had expected, to be completely honest. I think I'm going to come back with this on Friday. Maybe do another tower. Yeah, this was actually a lot more. I mean, up to this point, the game is delivering a lot more than I expected, and a lot more than the first Talos Principle. So, yeah, I think I'm going to come back with this on Friday. It's fascinating. Okay then, well, with that said, I'm going to call it a day here. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with more Talos Principle 2. And we'll try to make this mystery a certainty. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye bye. They have a checkpoint for me, right? Okay. Have a good day.